Across the nation, shifting sand. Accountability, a fading word. The truth distorted, barely heard. He shields himself in king's disguise, while democracy slowly dies. No policy, no left or right, just shadows creeping in the night. He's not above, he's not the Lord. A broken system destined to fall. Trade wars raging, prices soar, empty pockets wanting more. Lies abandoned, left to bleed, while autocrats plant their wicked seed. From border walls to broken trust, a nation's spirit turned to dust. The silenced voices start to rise, reflecting anger in their eyes. Is this the land where freedom rings, or just the echo of puppet strings? He rewrites rules, a tyrant's hand, across the nation, shifting sand. Accountability, a fading word, the truth distorted, barely heard. He shields himself, a king's disguise, while democracy slowly dies. No policy, no left or right, just shadows creeping in the night. He's not above, he's not the law, a broken system destined to fall.
Boy.
From pardon rioters to stealing light, he fuels the darkness, ignites the fights. A predator's smile, a knowing glance. He dances on a fragile chance, but whispers turn to roaring sound as truth and justice are unbound. Accountability, a fading word, the truth distorted, barely heard. He shields himself, a king's disguise, while democracy slowly dies. No policy, no left or right, just shadows creeping in the night. He's not above, he's not the law, a broken system destined to fall. He's not above, he's not the law. Time is coming for us all.
Oh shit. Oh shit. What's up, everyone? I've never used Restream like this, so this will be a new experience. Are you choking on something, Ryan? I hope not. Are you choking? Oh, cool. I like the little animation it shows. Do people hate my daddy Jesus because he's a black man? Unfortunately, yes, that is unfortunate. Racism expands space and time, as it turns out. Does it sound like I'm choking on something? You might have heard Umbreon throwing shit around. He'd be doing that. I think we're getting a big raid pretty shortly. Sarah is actually raiding me, and I appreciate it so much because you know, I was kind of throwing a fit last night. I was a little triggered. Umbreon was also very upset, but we're gonna get that big old Crucible raid. We'll see how that goes. Should be juicy. How are we all doing tonight? Great to see you, Ducks Y. I can show the whole chat on stream. Look at that. Look at that. Look, I got you guys on screen. That's easy. Cool. Fancy. I guess racism is biblically deep, apparently. Oh, I like that it's like top down with the new chats here. That's interesting. What is it, Umbreon? Oh, yeah. What a sweet dog. Umbreon is biblically deep. So true. Oh, there's a lot of background noise. Yeah, it probably was Umbreon running around. Did you guys hear me like being like, go to your room? That's the command. He knows the command. Restream is the it's the pinned link. If you click on that, you can come up. Also, Brandon, I mentioned you in I was messaging Ann Debates. I was trying to get her to come on Raging Tomato sometime because she was talking about how I guess Andrew and Rachel have been like running from her. I encouraged her to come on there, but she was like, I don't know, I don't want to be like chasing them. I guess I'm leaking DMs. Pseudo Shock says, "What's up, Brian? Always a fan of your efforts to stay good faith. Appreciate you, Pseudo Shock. Thank you so much. It means the world to hear stuff like that. Makes me feel like we're doing something meaningful here, you know?" Who else we got? Make sure you guys like the stream. Big up for the likers. Oh shit. Uncle Guns posted the raid button. Is it happening? Are they coming in? I know, Bubby. I say they're still wrapping up over there. But yeah, watch out. We're about to have a lot of people. I thought you rage quit. No. Sarah asked me if I was going to do a stream after, and I said, yeah. I said I was going to make some coffee, and open up a panel. Yeah, Anne is great. Yeah, I came across her. I saw her. I think I don't know if I saw her. I might have seen her whatever debate first, and then I found her channel through another. It was another like debate guy who was doing streams for. I can't remember his name. He was trying to get me on for a while, but I never actually happened. But then I've seen her obviously in all the Unfuck America stuff, so it seems like she's doing cool shit. Hello again, Fuzzy B. Hello, unknown radical coder. I'm just reading Gauntlet chat. Looks like the views are dropping over on the Gauntlet, which means maybe people are shifting over here. Very scary. I don't know if I've ever had as many viewers as we'll have if we're actually getting the full raid. It's been a minute. Yes, make sure you like the stream on your way in. My buddy Umbreon, he actually eats likes. This is lore of the channel. He actually eats likes. Oh, and my beard. He eats likes and eats my beard apparently. What's up, KO Dave? Welcome back, Christine. Yeah, we're about to have that whole chat. All the rougher chat is coming over here. So, well, Umbreon's getting antsy, buddy boy. Yes, we have amazing email. Oh, disappointing. Restream doesn't display my emotes. I'll have to figure out a way to fix that. I don't like that. Letting me down, Restream. Letting me down in the worst way. Yeah, they're still doing closing statements, so we still got a couple minutes here. A few moments of peace. Let me see. Yes. Welcome back, KO Dave. Welcome back, Christine. Thank you so much, Fuzzy, as always. What's up, Uncle Fatty? Fucking A, says Uncle Fatty. Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Fucking A. We love the F word here. This F word. We love to say fuck. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, fuck. Like I said, the invite is pinned. You can't believe what you don't know. If you can believe it. If you can believe it. How are we all doing tonight? I haven't even started sipping on my coffee yet, but I'm getting ready to feel it. I made it pretty strong, so it's gonna be a long night. It may just be a long night. So again, enjoy the peace. Enjoy the peace for now. Apparently, we are actually getting the Sarah raid tonight, so it's juicy. I guess people are like they're asking Def Not why she wears the mask or whatever. Like, I probably just doesn't want her face to be shown. Like, it's pretty reasonable, especially in a lot of these spaces. There's lots of people who don't cam up. Like, I don't know why it's kind of the same thing, right? Much love, y'all radical. Come beaches. True. The fuck scene in The Wire is S tier television. You know, I haven't actually seen The Wire. I haven't actually watched The Wire, but I should. I'd like to watch that. I'd like to watch The Wire. I feel like it would be good viewing. I feel like it's something I would enjoy. But I just never sat through it. Never even started it, I guess. Maybe I started it once or twice on like Netflix. You want this? You're going to hell for that one, Ryan. Yeah, I mean, it happens. It happens. There's plenty of reasons to send me to hell, I'm sure. I must admit, I have sinned. The Wire is probably the best TV ever. All right. I've heard amazing things. By the way, any Dexter fans? That finale was fuego. That was an awesome finale. So good. Dexter Resurrection fans in the house? Anybody see that Dexter Resurrection finale? It was a banger, certified TV history banger. What a return to form. Dexter New Blood was mid, so mid, but Resurrection has, dare I say, resurrected the franchise. So good. Yeah. Oh, you didn't see it yet? Want to read my favorite and kind of sexist religious joke? Hit me with it, Garuda. I'm gonna leave since you dropped the spoiler yesterday. Did I? Wait, did I really? I don't feel like I did. I don't feel like I dropped a spoiler. Maybe I did. I might have. I didn't mean to. I've just said how good it was. I may have spoiled something. What did I spoil? I try not to drop spoilers. I do watch spoilers, especially when it comes to like Marvel movies and shit. I do like watch spoiler content. But I actually avoided spoilers for the Dexter stuff, so I don't like spoiling stuff for other people. Sir, what's your deal, huh? You play this? You play this? I didn't even throw it yet. Why are you running? You play this? Go get him. It was about a movie. Oh, I spoiled a movie? Well, good. I meant to do that. But yeah, I'm not going to drop no Dexter Resurrection spoilers. You guys deserve the full experience. What's up, Oceanus Helios? Great to have you here. Anybody who's ready to join the open panel, here we go. We got Animated Effigy. Welcome up, Animated Effigy. How you doing?
What's up?
Just chilling. Apparently, we're going to talk about some justifications for God.
Oh, goody. Oh man, I always jump into those debates. They draw me like a moth to a flame, but I always end up just wanting to put my head through a wall.
Yeah, I understand. It's fun. I don't know.
It is.
No, yeah,
but it's fun in a way that might not be like healthy.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. There's a lot of the conversation. When some of the people who came on who are actually like really well read, I find it like really interesting because like, oh, I feel like I know what they're saying with all these words, but I don't know this language. You know, like I haven't done this philosophical training, and so it's I feel like
when
what they're saying is
like full degree philosophers in there, like those conversations can twist and turn in like ad infinitum. They can never stop. It's less of an argument and more of just like a tangled weave of words.
Mm-hmm. KO Dave, there is a pinned comment that will tell you can open up. It's a restream link. Thank you so much, Sarah. Appreciate you. I want to show off everybody my amazing Alice in Wonderland mug. See how it's got hot coffee in it, so the cat disappears, and you just see the little grin. Phenomenal piece. Yeah, you misspelled animated. Get it together, man. How do you plead?
my brain is mush after that.
Fair enough. Uh-oh, we got Trib Raiders coming. Well, it's Sarah Raiders, but Trib is saying that Sarah Raiders are coming. Welcome, KO Dave.
Hello.
How are you doing tonight?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm excited to bring on whoever comes to challenge us. We got our God's 3 strongest anti-warriors here.
I don't know if I'm all that strong. Like I struggled to follow the philosophy greatly, and yeah. So,
what do you think was
the screen? KO Dave, it's all just a smoke screen for bald assertions. That's really all it is.
I feel like it really is. But that's
that's what I made in my closing point when I left. It was like for all the justification and the knowledge and the truth, like all that argument is saying is that minds can exist without brains, therefore God.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't understand the hostility I got from Eli over like my materialistic like worldview.
Well, I think
because they hate materialism.
Well, yeah, that. But also, Eli said a couple times. I think he was projecting his frustrations with getting wrecked in the debate, and that's what he acknowledged. Apparently, I'm gonna let him run around.
I think my worldview is a materialist one. Like, I'm not convinced by the whole immaterial argument to begin with. So
here we go. Don't get all sensitive on us. Am I sensitive right now? I'm always sensitive. I wear my heart on my sleeve, motherfuckers.
Wi-Fi is telling you not to be sensitive, Ryan. If you're too sensitive, you lose your signal.
We got Uncle Guns. Welcome, Uncle Guns. Great to have you. It's not a StreamYard link. It's a Restream link, but it is the pinned chat. If you look up at the top of your chat box, you should see a studio.restream button. And if you click on that, you can join the stream.
Did you give up on OBS?
No, I didn't give up on OBS, but I wanted to have a studio people could join in really quickly, and I didn't pay for StreamYard. In fact, like Restream, I can connect with OBS in some smart ways, but I haven't set all that up yet. But since I have this now, I can. Wow, that 479, that's crazy. Great, it keeps going up. Make sure you guys like the stream on your way in. Like the stream, subscribe if you're new here. Please subscribe. We are so close to 1,000, and if even like a quarter of you subscribe, we're gonna pass that tonight, so that'd be pretty tight. And then we got a lot of Radical Coder lovers and haters in the chat. All right, you are all welcome as long as you obey TOS and respect each other in the chat. You are always welcome here. We love disagreements. That's what the channel is all about. Most of my fans are actually people to my right, so you are certainly going to be welcome here. We are so.
Can you justify your Radical Coder hate?
Yes, I don't think they can. I really don't think they can.
Can you epistemically justify your Radical Coder hate?
I don't think they can. It's actually 547 now from what I'm seeing, Nuxus, but yeah. What's up, Bill Hicks, aka Alex Jones? Can you justify your silence?
Hold on, can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
All right, okay. This is my first time using this Restream platform, so I don't have my sexy face on there as usual, which is my real face, by the way. That is really who I look like. But yeah, hi. I just heard someone saying that they don't really believe in immaterial realities, something like that.
Immaterial stuff. I think that's where you talking about me. Yeah, like
I guess so. If you're the one that was doubting non-material reality, so do you believe in truth, knowledge, things like that? Would you say that something is true or false?
Yeah.
Truth
because
is
that's a
just a
proposition.
descriptor of how something
So
aligns
can
to
you show
reality.
me? Okay. So a descriptor, call it whatever you will. A
Knowledge
concept,
is simply a belief
proposition,
held to a degree of
descriptor.
certainty.
Yes.
One at a
Okay. A
time.
belief. All these things that you're saying, can you point them out in physical
Yeah.
reality? Can you show me where a descriptor is? Can you show me where a belief is?
Well,
Can you point out the
would
atoms
have
or the
to-
molecule that says this is a
Can you
belief?
show me where God is?
I would have to point you to the mind,
No,
which
no, it's an immaterial concept, right? So it is presupposed.
No,
and
well,
all you guys
no,
are
I'm-
presupposed. Look, by virtue of the fact that you were
I'm
engaging
not-
in discussion, you believe in logic and true and false statements. So you do believe in immaterial things. So when you say that you
Well,
don't,
let me engage with that. Let me
not
engage with that, Bill.
necessarily.
Hang on, Kay. Hang on, Dave.
Okay.
I like I view logic, like the laws of logic. I view them as like frameworks for like engaging, right? They're kind of toolkits. Like I can't comprehend what it would mean for the law of identity not to work. Like I use the law of identity to describe a thing, like a particular thing, and I don't know what it would even mean to like contradict it, as in like that thing is not that thing. So it's not that I'm discovering. It's not that I'm discovering the laws of logic or that they come from some external source. It's just that they are descriptive of the nature of communication.
Exactly. So you're on the same page as I am. So you agree with me that there are non-material descriptors and frameworks and laws of identity and ways of understanding things that you cannot point to within physical reality. You are on the same page as I am. Thank you for conceding that point. All right. So
it's not a concession if I already agreed with it.
I believe in metaphysics and. Okay. So you're not the same person that was dismissing and denying immaterial concepts. So you, Ryan, you do accept and believe in immaterial conceps as being.
When you say believe in, what do you mean by that?
A real thing.
I don't know what you mean by real.
Well, by the virtue of the thing is you are relying on them. You are referring to them. You are basically presupposing, that's the word that we all love to use, you are presupposing them by relying on them and engaging in these concepts as being real, right? So you believe in real things that cannot be tangibly connected and proven and physically grasped.
Hang on.
Because you need to use.
Where does a concept exist within a mind? Where does a mind exist?
You can use whichever words you wish to use. You can say functionally true, but all I'm saying is that you are admitting to the fact that these are real existent things.
Yeah, but I might not agree with any implications that you draw from that. So like I mean, we use the word real. We might be describing different things. So let's dive down that.
So if you disagree with the implications, then that means that you do not agree with the logical entailment.
Well,
so you're being
that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I don't know. Hang on. I might not agree that what you're about to bring up. We haven't gotten to any of these entailments or these implications. We haven't gotten to any of these yet, right? All we've done is say that I believe in something something is logic, but we might not agree with what that means. We might not agree. I might not agree with the entailments because I might not agree that those entailments are actually necessary, like logically necessary. I might not agree they actually are entailments.
Well, that seems okay. So that seems like very convenient and sort of ad hoc to just say, okay, I accept this as being true up until the point in which this is inconvenient for my worldview, so I will disregard this entirely and be inconsistent.
Well, no, hang on, Bill. No, hang on.
Do...
You're being very dismissive already, but we haven't actually gotten to the point where we're discussing the entailments.
No. But look, okay, I'll agree that I am proceeding where I see the disconnect.
Nope, we lost him. I didn't kick him, guys. I didn't kick him. We lost him on his own accord. I'll yield the floor to you guys to discuss that a little bit. But real quick, I want to tell everyone, please like the stream. Please subscribe if you're new here. Welcome to the Crucible crew. Look, I know we have our disagreements, but me and Andrew have been fighting for about 5 years now. There's lots of ancient content that may resurface if you guys keep supporting the channel. So if you want to see Andrew allegedly wiping the floor with me or me wiping the floor with Andrew, depending on your perception, then make sure you stick around because there's much of that content in the past and present and future. But carry on.
Look, here's one of my arguments as far as like these immaterial things. If a completely unique concept only exists in one mind, which only exists in a single person's brain, and I destroy that brain, does that concept no longer exist?
I would say yes.
Exactly. So us saying that it's completely immaterial to me does not work because minds are only found as emerging from brains.
Yeah. My problem with the whole immaterial argument is that if they're going to say that material is physical, right? As in like it follows the laws of physics, then immaterial, like I don't see how immaterial isn't just the supernatural, and I just don't believe in the supernatural. So I don't see how it is that they aren't just arguing that logic is supernatural, which just kind of doesn't, it just kind of doesn't work for me.
Sure. Earth says the physical universe or nature is immaterial, just like the Bible says. I can show you if you want. Yeah, I mean, you're welcome to come up. There's anyone who wants to come up and argue with us. Seems like we've Bill Hicks said he got disconnected, but I think he's going to come back. But anyone who wants to fight with us about this, we've got a kind of a panel full of, to most of the implications of this conversation we probably agree on. So this is kind of a circle jerk, all right. And I'm not hungry, so I want someone to come on and fight with us.
Hopefully Bill can come back. Yeah.
Umbreon is indeed supernatural.
Good show, by the way.
Oh, Supernatural? Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I never actually finished it. I never watched the final season, but I used to watch it like when it first came out. I was a big fan. I mean, I watched like the first 15 seasons, but I kind of came back and forth.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
I'm a big fan of the laws of logic, or the logical absolutes, as some people call them. But this recent need to like deify them is just strange to me. I know a lot of people disagree on what they are and where they come from. But to me, and see, I don't go as far as to say that they are direct properties of the universe, because I think it's more what you were saying, coders, that these are rules that predominantly they're for language. They're not scientific descriptions of reality, but they are derived from properties of the universe, of existence. But their function is to me not to describe existence. They're to describe coherence in language.
Yeah, to me, it's just the argument I was trying to give to Eli earlier.
Welcome back, Bill Hicks.
Was
go ahead, Dave.
That like
again.
The mind emerges from the brain, and since the brain's material, the mind is material, and the mind holds concepts like logic, right, and truth. And since the mind is material, those things are also material. So I don't really see where the immaterial or the supernatural comes into play.
And
that's kind of
Bill,
what I was trying to get to.
Yeah, Bill, before you chime back in, I'm going to respond to Earth here. Okay, how many words do you see here? Red, red, red. Do you see one word or three words? Well, I see a lot more than three words because I see your whole sentence. But I see the word red 3 times is what I would say. I don't know the implications of that, but go ahead, Bill Hicks. You have the floor.
You there, Bill?
Uh-oh, his traffic adventure may have ended in tragedy.
Damn.
Damn. Well, I guess W-atheism. No, not a single theist has been able to defeat us, and God has smited down every single one who tried so far. So
I'm not an atheist.
Hey, wait, can you guys hear me now?
Oh, wait, we can
agnostic
hear you now.
or
okay,
I forget.
You can hear me
Andy
now.
gave
Okay.
me the correct word
All
for
right.
it, and I forget it.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, realize real lies, guys. Like, that's really deep, like homonyms and shit, like things that sound the same but mean different things, like basically we can get into a word concept fallacy. Look, that doesn't mean nothing here or there. They're fun bits of poetry or whatever. But to tackle with concretely what someone else was saying here as a critique of what Eli was saying, I'm sorry if I don't see your names, talking about how minds are contingent on a physical human brain, right? So the question there comes to like basically the laws of logic, right? And universals. So before, like just as a thought experiment, before there were human beings, Was there a positive and a negative? Was there a right or wrong? Was there a 2 + 2 = 4? Or did all these things just come into existence when there was a physical human brain?
Well, before the physical human brain, like if you mean the Homo sapien brain, like there were other brains that we wouldn't identify as Homo sapiens, and they still had like moral contracts that they would make, right?
Yeah, okay, that's fair. So let's say before life at all existed, was there still the laws of physics, the laws of nature? Were there? Sorry,
Physics,
be grammatically
yes,
correct.
yeah. So there's
Welcome,
like,
Eli.
Okay,
Next.
so
Sorry,
how
Mikey.
does that so how does
Thanks
that
for having me on.
exist? Like, how is there
There's-
identity without the laws of logic?
there's like an underlying physical, like objective reality, which seems to be self-consistent, but by all of
Okay.
our empirical like evidence. And
All right.
I think what
That's
happened. I think what
interesting 'cause
happened is that
you're
I think
begging
what
the
happened is
question,
that
like,
when
yeah.
human brains evolved to the point that they were intelligent enough to start thinking about these things, we eventually developed the philosophy and the language of logic and stuff like this to talk about it with each other and gain some sort of understanding, and
All
you
right.
could say derive the laws of logic from the nature that we observe.
Well, okay, so here's where I would disagree with you, because I would say, okay, that human beings, we can create a language to describe these universals, but we are still describing the reference, the actual thing, right? That something is something and
Mhm.
not something else, right? So even though that we might use language to describe the reference still exists as an ontological reality of its own, right? Would you agree? Like,
Referent is
before we
reality
came,
itself.
well,
It's
exactly.
physical
So
reality.
before we, so physical reality can an apple be anything else but an apple before
So it's
we
a rule from
discover the
language
language?
derived from a property of reality.
An
Well,
apple is a
No, I'm
seed before it's
I'm
an
not
apple,
saying
right?
that at all. No, you
I
got that backwards.
want to
That's
chime in
completely
one thing.
backwards.
You said two different things, Effigy. You said that it's reality itself, and then you said it's a property of reality.
Well, no, he asked what the referent is. What's it referencing? It's referencing reality. That's where the property is.
Right, but this is an important distinction, though. If it's a property of reality, that property exists in a certain way. It's not reality itself. Like the law of identity is not identical to the object it's describing. It's describing something that's happening within this object.
By the way,
No, I don't think the law of
Eli,
identity is a
I'm
scientific
so happy
law
that you're here.
describing scientific
You've got
things.
this. I can sit back and relax now. You got this.
Oh no,
because
Bill! I
someone
need
had-
all the help I can get. I need
Right.
your help, Bill. I need your help. I did a lackluster job than what I thought I'd do, and I'm perfectly willing to admit that. However, I just think that my opponent is just way more well versed on his position than I am mine, and so. But regardless, we can do this together.
I don't mean to glaze you or anything, but I think you've done a great job. I think the truth is the truth, and even if there's just one person representing it, then it's got to be powerful. You know, the truth is like a lion; it doesn't need to be caged. Like it will basically take care of itself. But I think you've done a great job, and I myself. I'm a couple drinks in, so I probably shouldn't be discussing this. So I'm very happy that you're here to have my back. Let's do
He's
this.
also a couple drinks in.
And I'm 2 times a couple drinks in, so we're good to go. Let's get her done, son. All right. Thanks, Bill. I appreciate that.
So 2 times twice.
Yeah,
So it's
2
4
times
drinks, right?
twice. That's right. That's right.
Which would be 4 for
Yeah.
those of you at home keeping track.
To be fair,
No,
since
in
6
Quebec-
o'clock,
in Quebec,
so
that
that's
just
not
means
so
2.
bad. That's
In
not so
Quebec,
bad.
that just means twice. 2 times
Oh,
twice
oh.
is just twice in Quebec, by the way. So do not.
Yeah, but we speak
Kate,
English
Kate,
here.
learn some
All
French
right.
math first, okay?
We speak
Look-
we're in America. We speak American. Some of you might be. I don't know who else is Canadian. I guess Dave is Canadian.
Math
I
is a
had-
language in and of itself. Okay, so whether or not you talk about it in French or English, it's still math.
I had 4 Maple Leafs worth of drinks. since 6 o'clock.
Is that a unit of drinks?
Yeah, is it in Canada? I don't know.
It might be in Canada. Yeah.
What's
might
that
be fair.
show that they did? Oh, I can't remember it, but it's like the guys kind of sitting out by the road, King of the Hill style, but they're Canadian.
Corner gas?
Get- maybe.
Oh,
Yeah,
the
corner
Trailer
gas.
Park Boys.
It's
You're
like
thinking of
Trailer
Trailer
Park
Park
Boys,
Boys.
but it's the Canadian version, kind
Corner
of. And it
gas. I'm pretty
okay.
sure.
Well,
Yeah.
there's nothing. Okay,
I'm trying to
corner
think of
gas
that
is nothing
show.
like Trailer Park Boys for one thing.
No, that's not the name. I'm trying to think. Canadian.
It probably is corner gas though. What you described.
Yeah.
We're gonna deport you, Clayton. No Canadians allowed except for the 2 that are up here.
Yeah, no. If you're Canadian, you have to come up here, or else you get deported.
That's true. We're sending ICE out there. So anyway, to get, I guess,
Yeah,
to
back
get
to
to the
Letterkenny.
to dig into the topic
Letterkenny,
of the,
that's the one I was thinking of. Sorry, that's the one. That's one.
Letterkenny. Oh,
Letterkenny.
Letterkenny.
Yeah. I
Actually,
love that
haven't
shit.
seen that.
It's
Me
awesome.
neither.
Yeah.
All right.
close.
Hey, calm down, everyone. Let's talk
Excuse
about
me,
God.
Mr.
all right?
Host. We're having
Whoa,
Canadian
whoa.
Appreciation Hour.
No,
Or
we're
at least
not
can we
doing
at least
that.
have
We're
a
absolutely-
Canadian appreciation?
We're doing
minute?
Canadian Attack Hour, and we're gonna go
No.
through that by talking about justifications for God. And lack thereof. So Eli, in the most simplest terms you can, explain to me why I can't have logic, math, morals without glob.
Okay, so again, I think that we can both acknowledge that we all have these things, like that they do, that you can use logic and I can use logic. So that point I want to be clear about. However, the way the world is structured, in the existence of these things and that we use them, indicated God for the following reasons, and I'll try to be as simple as possible. The primary form of tag goes as such: X is a necessary condition for Y, Y therefore X. X being God and Y being the transcendental categories. So God is a necessary precondition for the transcendental categories. If we have these transcendental categories, therefore God. And this is built upon that the transcendental categories are immaterial, conceptual, and universal. This is where the hangup is, and this is where the crux of the debate happens. But I think that that's probably the strongest point that I can do, is to make that argument that these are the case. Once those things are conceded, that syllogism follows. Okay. Immaterial.
Why?
Because if something, let's just, like, for the sake, I'm not trying to put words in nobody's mouth, but like, let's just say you did a thing where, like, I'll concede for the debate this is the case, explain why. So if we're going to concede that this is the truth, that these are in fact immaterial, conceptual, and universal. Immaterial means not physical, not found in a matter type. Like, I can't hold the law of logic and give it to you. That's what I'm meaning by immaterial. Okay, that's important because the things that are material, we have a lot of empirical justification for, like dirt and soil and a can. I can tell you where this comes from empirically. There really isn't a necessity for God within these material things. But the immaterial gets a little bit different, okay? And that's where it comes to conceptual, and that means within the mind. So we have something that's not physical, not, you can't pick it up and hand it to somebody, but that would also indicate that it is conceptual. Most immaterial things are conceptual.
May I ask something?
Real quick.
So I grant you that there's an immaterial, so there's a transcendental. But why does the presupposition, the premise before that, have to necessitate like a Christian monotheistic God? Wouldn't it necessitate all possible gods?
So that is a different level into tag debate, which I can totally get to. And I basically, the way to not dodge the question, I would say that there is a specific metaphysic, and I would say specifically within the Orthodox Christian paradigm, that this, like, if it was just a Unitarian God that wasn't personal and didn't have personal attributes to him, we wouldn't have that intentionality that me and Corinth were talking about. And I think that I did a fairly decent job of the debate of demonstrating that as well, that if there's no intentionality, it's kind of in a way contradicts the random accidentalness, yet it's also predetermined, right? Like there has to be, you can't get purpose from non-purpose, but if you claim that everything is non-purposeful and it's just a big accident, then there's no reason for things to be orderly. It would be my argument that something couldn't be ordered and yet random and unintentional. So it's a very necessary part of the entire equation that the God must be a personal God.
Do you think
And-
that? Can I just ask? Do you think that things
Yeah.
won't be ordered without intention because of something like entropy?
So how do you define entropy?
Well, entropy is just the movement of a system towards
Right.
disorder. And most
Oh,
most
right,
people
right,
who
right,
make
right.
the
I
argument
remember
you're
now.
making I've heard them argue that since everything tends towards disorder, only something divine can move it away from disorder.
So this is what it's that's close. I would say that like I kind of disagree with entropy on the grounds that everything's moving toward disorder, because these exact regularities that I'm pointing out, that the laws of logic are going to be the same tomorrow as they are today, and we can infer from the past. You know, we look to the past and we say the future is going to be like the past, but there isn't actually empirical evidence for that. It's an assumption built into a type of induction, which that has its own problems in and of itself. But this is assumed into the paradigm, you see.
Do you agree with the notion that energy cannot be created or destroyed? And same with matter. It can only be transformed, right?
Sure. That's one of the laws of physics.
We've empirically proven that. So doesn't that also tell us that that random disorder is almost impossible, because you would need either spontaneous matter production or spontaneous energy?
No, you wouldn't.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I can concede to that. Right? Can you reframe that one more time?
Well, order is typically, like you said, the past predicting the future. So if I have a cup in front of me with something in it, that's thing is
causality, not order.
So okay,
what I'm saying is that
if
you
Elon
can't actually.
If Eli wants to define a specific kind of order, that's fine. That's when people say order, that's what I interpret, because that is the opposite of disorder. It's the ability for things to remain unchanging, and causality and order in this sense. I don't see a difference, because I think you can't have causality without order.
Well, okay, so that's kind of what I'm getting at. But what I'm saying is there's no account from an atheistic paradigm for things to remain orderly.
So in order for things to change, we usually need energy or a change in the state of the matter, right?
For things to change, as in to have like a empirical causal effects, like if I hit a cue ball into another set of cue balls, you know, we have like a causality, and we have energy into motion that's changing the location of the cue balls and that kind of thing. But what I'm talking about is regularity in the universe on the most fundamental grounds of law of identity, right? That the matter
that's
is
semantics. Like you keep on saying empiricism, and then you go back to semantics, and I'm trying to bring you back to empiricism.
Okay.
Where empirically, we know things won't change unless there's either energy put into it or a different substance. And those things cannot change unless that is done. And aside from like chemical reactions, which we have quantified empirically. So actually there is, in my opinion, a strong scientific argument for why things won't just change, why things stay the way that they are.
Well, so what kind of change would be necessary to change the regularity in the universe?
Something spontaneous.
Like what?
Matter or energy popping into or out of existence.
So like, can you even conceive of a situation? Okay, so there would have to be a quantum level event that could in fact change the laws of identity.
No, by above the quantum level, I mean like at the Newtonian scale, with the physical laws we interact with, not quantum physics. So that happens a lot in quantum physics, and I can't necessarily say if that stopped happening, if that would change anything. But I can say for Newtonian physics, that doesn't happen, and that would necessitate a change in the fabric of the universe for that to happen.
Wait, but so it would. when you say it would necessitate a change, I'm trying to understand what you mean when you say that there is an event that can cause
Did
the
someone
laws
seriously put ASL into a panel? Sorry.
What?
Shit's so old.
Is that age, sex, location? That shit we used to put
Yeah.
into AOL chats. Oh my god,
That's some hitting me up on AIM with, on my Ryan Bob 123 account.
That's some Club Penguin shit right
Sorry
there.
sorry for cutting you off. At the
RuneScape.
No, you're good. Yeah.
Is it 1998 again? What's going on?
Oh man. No, I just want to know if you can give an example of an event that could change the law of identity as we know it, then that would be a pretty substantial.
I'm not arguing semantics, right? So law of identity is somewhat irrelevant here.
Well, is that not a part of the regularity of nature?
No, nature is not regulated by logic. Nature is regulated by the laws of physics.
Okay, so where in the law of physics do we see a description for why objects maintain even? And I'm not saying identity over time is the same as the law of identity, but even identity over time.
Real quick, Bill Hicks, we get an echo every time you join. So if you just mute yourself when you're not talking, it would.
Oh, really?
Be, yeah, it's like.
I don't know how the fuck that's happening. I'm on it. That's really bizarre.
Well, I don't know. There's some extra.
I think connection.
There's some weird echo.
Screwy.
It's very.
I don't hear
it's
an
very.
echo.
It's very subtle. It's very subtle. It's very quiet, but there's like a weird. Yeah, it happens only every time you join. So I know it's you, but.
So as far as to like answer your question as directly as I can, because I actually don't know how to directly answer. I've tried a bit with like energy cannot be created or destroyed. I could bring in Schrodinger's wave function, how we go from the quantum to the Newtonian with that. But I would just say like the vast majority of empirical hard sciences are exactly why we can predict that won't happen.
Arguments and quantum physics fallacy. Sorry.
Well, even quantum physics, like I guess this is like part of my argument is that even something like quantum physics, you would agree, relies on logic in order to make accurate statements about it, correct?
No, on the quantum level, it doesn't hold.
Yeah, no. So when you say something like, let's say you make like a whole theory of how the quantum realm works, right? There are certain things that you need to be able to demonstrate, and so there's more of like there's a logic to the proof that you need to be able to provide to show that your theory is valid.
Right, but I'm talking even like more fundamental, like when any type of science speaks of any object, the law of identity is implied within the thing, right? It's not accounting for any situation where the laws of logic wouldn't be applicable, and this is what I mean by regularity in nature. Yet, and there's no theory, and there couldn't be a theory because the same problem would infinitely occur, that you would need logic in order to define logic. In the same way, in order to deny logic, you can't do that because you would be using logic. It's a retorsion, right? So that's what I'm saying, is that this is kind of just accepted as the baseline principle by which we do everything else. However, this particular
logic isn't. Empiricism is, right?
Well, I think it's an empiricist view of logic is what I mean by my critique of classical foundationalism.
Sure. I think maybe there's a bit of confusion here, because I'm not saying that, even like the laws of physics are what create causality. That is,
right.
That is something where the only way to truly comprehend that, in my opinion, is to comprehend science itself.
Exactly.
So, and that's to the extent that we even got everything right, which I wouldn't even say is totally true. But I think what I'm trying to describe is the need for us to describe something as we understand it better, and that's why logic started to happen, right? Because someone would point, what's a good example? Socrates, was it, who did this? Who did the falling? Oh, I think it was Aristotle. Pointed to two balls falling, one hollow, one solid, and they would fall at the same rate. And everyone at the time was like, no, if the weight's different, it has to fall at different speeds. And Aristotle, I'm pretty sure, don't quote me on that, prove that they do in fact fall at the same speed.
Well, yeah, I think so. Sorry, real quick. I just want to the Trib one with the $2 super chat. Thank you so much. He says, I presuppose that there is no God. I win, and in little Superman emoji. So, W atheist again. Pretty rough for Eli there, but sorry. To hear that.
I mean, that's actually bringing up my exact point. Is that if I took the same epistemological justification for classical foundationalism, I could just say that God is my axiom, therefore it's true. And I don't think that would be a good argument. But that's
God,
what's happening.
It's too difficult to use God to discern reality, right? Like if I say if I go back to that example I gave, and you said, well, the reason that happens is because of God, I would get no new information. But if Aristotle then said the reason that happens is because objects of different masses fall at the same rate because it's a constant, then that does give me new information.
I know, but this is, again, I'm not trying to be annoying, like I swear, but this is even more fundamental than that. Like when you say objects, you're picking out something, you're predicating something. The only way to do that is with the law of identity.
To be clear,
you know that this thing is the thing we're talking about.
But to be clear, the example I gave there doesn't rely on what the object is, so it actually doesn't rely on its identity.
It does. It 100% does.
No,
how does it not rely on what the object is? It's referencing the object is the referent in what you're talking about.
It's really more of a property that I was referencing, which was hollow and solid, right?
The property of gravity.
Well, I know, but property of, well, this is what I'm talking about. Like, it's property of what? Like the object. So the object is the referent in question. That's the fundamental paradigm that I'm bringing this to. It's like, to even do this experiment, to even have a sentence, that this is how fundamental my argument. It's beyond every empirical experiment you could have. The fact that we can even use predication to make a sentence in reference to a thing requires the law of identity. That's why I'm coming to the most fundamental parts of reality that classical foundationism says there's nothing beyond this. But I'm saying, wait a minute.
Language works, though.
Well,
no. Because let me point something out, right? The realize thing. I can say I have a glass full of water, or I can say I have a ceramic vessel with 50 milliliters of dihydrogen oxide in it, right? I'm both saying the same thing, but one is just more linguistically efficient. But
to have understanding of what any of these things are requires
I'm
law
getting
of
to the
identity.
referent thing. I just need to address the reference thing is all. With the referent thing, language only exists to refer to other things. There's no point in me communicating about something that won't and can't ever exist. And so, again, I think you're describing how language works, but not necessarily nature. Nope. Nature does not rely on a referent.
No. So what I think where people get confused with what I'm saying is when they confuse how language works with what's actually in question. So the referent is the object. The only way we can have knowledge of the object is if the law of identity is true. And if the law of identity is actively being, I loosely use the word abided by in nature, right? And that's what I'm looking for and account for through empiricism.
But where do objects begin and end in nature? Do they start at the atoms? Do they start at our ability to recognize their shape and properties?
That's a great question. That's a great question.
But so my point would be like nature doesn't actually have objects. We have to create those in our mind first.
So if every human on Earth died, there would no longer be objects?
Well, no, there would just be no categories.
Right. But there'd still be objects. The way that we define them, they would still exist.
So if you think of objects as categories, sure. I think that the things that we call objects would still exist. It was just the material basis behind them would still exist.
But whatever
the categories would become meaningless.
Well, no, but whatever it is about them,
there'd be no one to understand them as objects.
It doesn't matter. The things about them that allow us to call them objects would still be properties of these things.
So if another human species, from my perspective, evolved and came around and did the exact same thing and came up with entirely new words for everything, they would still have a valid reference, right?
Exactly. The meaning is what I'm talking about.
But that's the thing. It's like that meaning doesn't. The only thing that we get the meaning from is the phonetics, and
no.
So
air coming out of my mouth and my mouth moving is not identical to the meaning. And you prove that whenever you describe that other languages can exist. Because if the meaning was identical, we would have one language, but we don't. So the meaning has to be something separate from the language.
But then if I went and said something to that new civilization that did everything we did, what I said would become meaningless to them. So therefore, again...
Yes, but would it be, in fact, meaningless just because you couldn't convey the meaning via your language?
No, but that's only subjective.
Well, that's what I'm saying is that meaning is derived from the properties of the things that we are describing, and we're creating words to when we say give meaning, it's actually more like like we are discovering the meaning and creating a word in which to kind of house that and make a vehicle for that meaning, right?
So does meaning have to be empirical? Do we have to have meaning that corresponds with reality?
Well, we have to have meaning to have sentences and to actually do any of the things I'm talking about. That's why I'm saying this is a more fundamental argument.
That wasn't my question, though. It doesn't meaning necessitate a correspondence with reality?
Does meaning necessitate a correspondence with reality? Yes.
I disagree. I can find meaning in something like Harry Potter, and there is no reality in Harry Potter.
There's no reality in Harry Potter? What are you talking about?
Magicians
How would we know about it? How would we know about it if it wasn't in reality?
Wizards don't exist. Hogwarts doesn't exist.
No, but Harry Potter, what I'm saying is Harry Potter, the concept as a story exists in reality. That's how you know about it.
I'd agree there, but I wouldn't say it exists in reality. It exists in a virtual space.
This is kind of different orders of reality. It's kind of an immaterial reality, actually.
But let me ask you something. In material reality, are possibilities confined or are they infinite?
In immaterial reality?
Yeah.
Are possibilities confined or are they infinite? I don't think that we have... it's kind of like a weird both and. Like we have infinite possibilities within the confines of what is conceptual to us.
Okay, so in the virtual space, are possibilities infinite or are they confined in the same way? So like your imagination, for example.
I would say the same. Like we have finite minds, so we can't have infinite possibilities with finite minds. However, like, I don't know how much this has to do with it, but it just makes me think about it. Like one of the arguments I use is like Mandelbrot sets or 4D tesseracts, right? Our minds can't conceive of this thing, yet mathematicians hold these to be actually real. They're not make-believe. They're not like fiction. It's just our minds can't actually contain them. But when we get a supercomputer and we zoom out, we can actually see the portions of the Mandelbrot set that could never be conceived in our minds, right? Same with the 4D tesseracts. There's a way we can get to that.
Mandelbrots are actually another great example of how mathematically something makes a lot of sense, but when you actually look at it in nature, it doesn't quite work that way. That being with that in mind, like I think humans, and I'm going to start passing it to other people because I see Zach is also here. But I think what humans do is we can only explain part of what's going on. We can only make stories,
exactly.
And what we're talking about is. With the Harry Potter versus reality thing, I think some stories can then inform us on the nature of realities, and stories like Harry Potter do not. Does that make sense?
Sure, but I guess I'm just saying like a more just simple explanation that the fact that we're even talking about Harry Potter and you and I are in reality indicates that Harry Potter is a conceptual idea within reality. But you see, it's
real to us, but its existence has no effect on the nature of reality itself.
Right. So that's the difference between like what I was in. I don't know if you saw the whole debate, but in my opening statement, I talked about how when I had the prompt and I said immaterial categories, I also brought up that things like rights and justice in my worldview is more like a social construct, right? I would apply those the same way that you just applied Harry Potter, that it's not having like a fundamental effect on reality. However, there are others that I consider transcendental categories that do, such as the laws of logic. But what these things share is their conceptual nature. So this is actually like getting more to my point that these things have a conceptual nature, but some things that have a conceptual nature actually do have an effect or exist as a pattern in reality. And the only way for that to be possible, if it is indeed conceptual, is through a divine mind. That's where the original point of my argument when I was starting off is that it's immaterial, conceptual, universal.
And you don't see the leap there.
What's the leap?
The leap to asserting that minds can exist without brains.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Like that's my whole point, is that I think that in my worldview paradigm, like the mind is not just an epiphenomena. The mind is not just an epiphenomena of the brain. In the Orthodox viewpoint, we have what's called the nous and the intellect, which is bound up with the soul, which is an immaterial thing that we are created with and endowed by our Creator, made in His image. So we are microcosms of the divine mind, which is exactly what allows us to access what was created by the divine mind. That's what I talked about, intelligibility in nature.
Wait, before you ask,
sorry,
I'm sorry. I have my divinity I have to enforce. I have a goal that I set to do another full hour of this, and it is approaching 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes, and we have not even come close to meeting that goal. Now I might extend the goal for maybe another 30 minutes. But
it's almost like no one's actually forcing your hand on this, and you can keep going if you want to.
Well, maybe I won't. Maybe I won't though. I gotta look. I got mouths to feed. Umbreon's a hungry dog. He's a little weenie, and I want him to grow up to be a big weenie. And if we want to make sure he gets fed, and I can keep doing this all the time, and I can keep entertaining all you lovely people, I would appreciate supporting the channel. So just putting it out there. I don't know how long we're gonna go if you guys don't meet that goal. So I might just cut the stream out whenever you least expect it. Whenever it's getting good, I might just end it. So I would be careful. You don't want that to happen. It could be really sad if like somebody's making an amazing point. Someone might be on the verge of proving or disproving the Christian God, and you guys might get cucked out of that fundamental truth of reality just because you couldn't scrounge up a few bucks to support the stream. So just something to keep in mind.
Intellectual edging.
Eli, can you provide me any examples of a mind that exists without needing logic to provide that example, or mind that exists without a brain without needing to use logic to provide that example?
A mind that exists without logic, without using logic,
without a brain. Yeah,
without a brain, without using logic. No, I mean,
sorry to cut you guys off again, but we just got Testicle Johnson that just basically met the goal for us with a $50 Canadian super chat saying, "I'm the greatest." You absolutely are the greatest. It looks like there's two of them in my. I can't tell if we got two or not. I think we might actually have two Testicle Johnsons. I'm not sure, but we also have one from Def Not, which says, "Sorry, 1 second." It says, "I'd like to come up in 10 minutes if you're still going." We absolutely will now, thanks to Testicle Johnson. The link is still pinned in the chat, Def Not. We would love to have you. Appreciate you. And one more. We have a 99-cent saying 100 underline. Is that it's a super sticker. It's a super sticker. It's a 100 with double underline. So thank you, Kaiser Gaming YouTube. Appreciate you as well. And I will return the mic to the speaking stage.
I just want to point out that second last super chat, it said come in like 10 minutes, but sometimes people write words twice by accident. So they could have just said they wanted to come in 10 minutes.
Maybe, but I don't think that's what she meant. But anyway, my panelists, let's go back to our conversation about God.
Yeah, Eli. I
hang really quick because Mel, you've had the conversation for a little while. Can I just jump in and say, like, there's another name for the laws of logic, right? What's the other name for the laws of logic? The name is the laws of thought. The laws of logic govern rational thinking. They don't govern the universe. That's not what they're for. And I'll be the first one to say that they are derived from properties of the physical universe, but they do not govern the physical universe.
Do those properties govern the physical universe?
No, those properties emerge from the physical universe. The things that govern the physical universe are the physical laws of the universe.
Right. Well,
but we're using the isness, the existence of the universe, in a way to govern rational thought, so that we can think coherently.
Right. But even the physical laws of the universe, the laws of logic would need to be applicable in order for that to be true, correct?
No.
But
did we govern rational thinking?
No. So what I'm asking is, like, the law of identity about something remaining itself
is us describing the universe and how we find it, what's in it.
I know, but what I'm saying is when you talk about a law of physics or something like that, like a law of nature, an object in motion stays in motion, right? That's one of the laws of nature. This
By the way,
implies
that's not-
well, hold on. That implies an object.
I won't respond to this.
An object implies that the law of identity is true.
Yeah,
right?
so Defnut comes in with a $2 super. Hang on, Dave. Defnut comes in with a $2 super chat saying, "I don't think this convo is that kind of Melanie, how do you
never
plead?
say never?
Fair enough. All right, Eli, carry on with your physics.
Oh, that was
in the communication.
KO Dave.
In the communication of the law of physics, the law of identity is used, but the actual law of physics that governs reality does not require the law of identity. I think that's what.
Okay, so if the law of identity were not true,
identity non-contradiction excluded middle. Okay, there you are. Are we not, man?
If the law of identity were not true, and objects were not always themselves, and were subject to chaotic and unpredictable change, could you ever derive the law of motion, the law of nature that an object in motion stays in motion?
Well, yes. I'm going to let Dave take on after this and clarify something, because I don't have like a physics background or anything, but like I do have a logic background, and my understanding is that we could still, in fact, the world might be the way you just described it, but when we use the laws of logic, we are identifying certain what's the word, like qualities of things, and we're identifying those things by, this is what I was trying to get to or talking about earlier on the other panel, is like we're identifying these things through qualifying them with those things. Like there might not be some immaterial category that is an apple outside of just us using that as like us inventing the category to ascribe our own understanding or to communicate our own understanding. But like it is an apple because that's what we call it. That's what we consider it, because it has the properties that we give to apples. And another apple is not that same apple, and that's like why the laws of logic apply to that. But
hey, Ryan, real quick.
Yeah, go ahead, Zach. And then I actually wanted Dave to kind of chime in on that. But
yeah,
go ahead,
before you go, Zach.
Go ahead, Dave. Sorry.
I think you can hold within your own mind concepts that do not require like these laws of logic or of the law of identity, because you're not communicating them to someone else, and you can like reason through the argument for the laws of physics. You can do an experiment that demonstrates the existence of Newton's which one is it? One of Newton's three laws. I forget which one it is right now. That an object in motion stays in motion unless acted on by an outside force.
Relativity.
And that's not relativity, no. And you can do all of these things, and you can come to an understanding. And if you don't ever communicate it to someone else, you don't need to rely on the laws of logic or on the law of identity or any of this stuff in order to reach that understanding. If you want to communicate it to others, I think FG's argument would be that then the laws of logic and the law of identity and these things come into play.
I completely disagree, because in order to say the word an object, but
I'm not saying I can do all of this. I can do all of what I just said silent.
No, I know, but
without ever communicating any of it to anything.
Right. This is why I'm saying that object is not just the word, the air coming out of my mouth. That's describing something. Okay, and that's not identical to the word something, the air in my lips moving. That's language. That's communication. But the referent, to have that referent indicates the law of identity. You cannot have that referent if the law of identity were not true.
Also, notice how we almost exclusively have this conversation about the law of identity, because the other two laws are specifically about statements.
Well, right, but I mean that doesn't
So-
invalidate the law of identity. It's just a great. It really
No,
does
it's
demonstrate
just-
the point the best.
You just need 2 to 1 that might.
So actually, the way we describe physics. Oh,
Go
sorry.
ahead, go ahead.
The way we actually describe physics with math, and if you look at like most equations in physics, there isn't really objects. We have variables, and we have you have variables, you have things like derivatives and stuff like that, and that corresponds to things that are objects, but they don't usually specify an actual object, usually the properties of it. And so this is kind of what gets me is like, you keep saying that there's an object, but then I bring you back to admitting like, no, they're really just properties. Because I actually don't think physics uses objects when it describes physics.
Wait,
I mean, in a sense, like it uses mathematical objects,
Physics-
like
wait.
vectors and stuff like that.
Did you say physics doesn't use objects?
Well, right. So like if even a vector, it doesn't say this object in particular is moving, right? You have to take the vector field, for example, and map that to an existing
Yeah.
object.
Well,
You
These
still
things aren't
need an object.
implicitly demanding an object to exist. No, you don't though. Like a magnetic field can also can be described without the object through mathematics. Is what I'm saying.
Fair enough, but I mean, if there was never any objects, if there was zero matter, there would be no understanding of this. This would be non-applicable.
Then we'd have no
Right.
reference.
That's exactly what I'm.
If
I'm
we
talking
had-
about the reference.
Then there would be no.
Well, let's
reference
pull it
for
back
each
for a second.
choice.
Let's let K-Zach has been sitting here for a while. I want to let him kind of chime in. Go ahead, K-Zach. Floor is yours.
Oh man. Well, first and foremost, Ryan, thank you for letting me on. And I know Sarah said that for 2 hours they were beating you up over abortion. I think it was probably more like 2 days.
Yeah, it happens over and over. I mean, it's probably been years of
Oh my
accumulated time at this point. But
But it's good.
Um,
It's good content. Eli, I think
What's
you
up?
had a very good debate today. My God, the words that you guys were using. How do you even know what that stuff means? I mean, the
Dude,
stuff
I
you guys
honestly
were
don't.
saying.
I don't.
that's actually Eli.
I was gonna-
Eli, I actually want to press you on that. I'm sorry, K-Zach, to cut you off. I will let you finish. But like that's
Just the
something
laws of logic. I just want to know what the laws of logic are. That's all, Ryan.
the law of identity. So sure. I'll go do this. Like the law of identity. Basically, we're referring to something being itself. Like so, this cube is it's in actually the solved identity state. But if I change it by turning it, it is now in a different state. So it is I've changed it. I've altered its identity. It's now in a different state. And there's the second law is the law of I'm sorry. I think
Logic.
the second law is the law of it's law of non-contradiction, right? So it basically means that it doesn't make any sense to say that it's in this state and in this state at once. Like that's a contradiction. It can't be in both states at the same time.
unless
and
you're
the law
talking
of
about quantum physics.
Yes, and then things get kind of weird. But and then the last one is the law of excluded middle, which means that if I were to tilt it, say like this far, you might be tempted to argue, oh, it's in kind of both states at once, but it's not. It's actually in a third state. It's in a new state. It's now in a complete. It's in a separate state, and it could also be. We could also do the same thing within like its location in space time. Like it's over here. This is its identity state is this spot in space time. But if I move it over here, it's in a different spot. Non-contradiction. It can't be in both spots at once. And if I put it in a spot that's in the middle, right, this is also a new state. It's between these two, but it's a third state in and of itself. So this is kind of the laws of logic being demonstrated in a.
That's interesting because bosons violate that law of logic because they can be in.
Well, most logic.
Yeah, they can be in. They can
anything
be
quantum.
in.
I'm sorry, Ryan. I
Bosons
messed
can
you
be
up.
in one.
No, I finished.
Multiple bosons can be in the same quantum state. So, like, if
Hey Zach, is that all you wanted to say? Because I just got a brain fart that I want to make Eli smell.
What?
Oh yeah. I want to smell it too.
Umbreon's not
Let's
crying because
smell it.
sorry. Umbreon's not crying because he has to pee. He has a bathroom. He has a little bathroom area here. He's just crying because he's not getting attention.
So Ryan, Eli, we can agree A is not B, but here's the thing, doesn't that rely heavily on what you define A as to begin with? So
Yeah.
going back to the cup thing, if I say a cup, well, that's a certain set of properties. But then if I say ceramic versus glass versus or a paper, well, now a cup can have very different properties depending on those things. And so those can be different A's with different properties that I'm starting with. And then B is just anything that's different. So, and I don't know if you want to bite on that, but I also won't. There was another thought I had earlier, which is, do you agree with Occam's razor?
Generally.
Okay, generally fine. I just want to point out then, because if it's general, then I can't convince you in absolute terms, that it makes more sense that humans came to these conclusions after witnessing them and having limited tools linguistically to describe them, rather than these things are why we describe things the way they do. For example, religion makes a lot more sense if you understand that humans had a necessity to be superstitious as we evolved, and now and when you go from superstition to spirituality to religion, it's very simple to understand that. But to say that there's this being, we don't actually have any real evidence for him, so we don't know how or when he interacts with this universe, but he does, and so he's meaningful. I think that's really stretching Occam's razor.
Yeah, but that's not my argument. Like, the first of all, like, the tag is the evidence for God. So, and it's the entire worldview, which also incorporates divine revelation and other evidential properties throughout God's relation with history and man. So it's the entire worldview,
Do you
the entire
believe,
paradigm is what's being argued for.
do you believe though that we can comprehend God? That like if we saw God, we'd be able to
there's
comprehend his glory?
Like this gets into the theology. I would say that nobody can comprehend the essence of God, but we can participate in his energies. This is why in Orthodox Christianity we have what's called the essence energy distinction. This is what solves this problem for us, is that we participate in God's energies, not in his essence.
But how can you expect God to leave evidence that is meaningful then? Wouldn't God leave evidence that is beyond our comprehension, because that would in a sense be seeing God?
No, he leaves. He allows the world to be intelligible because he designed intelligibility, and he designed us with intellect, right? So,
well, think about it this way: if I see your footprint, then I know what your foot looks like, right?
Yeah. No. You know the shape of my foot. You don't know exactly what my foot looks like. Exactly.
But I've still gleaned information about you, and if that information is supposed to be incomprehensible,
so now this is so the essence is in the ultimate essence.
But your footprint is part of your essence.
What?
It's part of your form.
But that's not the same as essence. That's not
form.
Yeah, like if we're made it
big F form.
So if we're made in the image of God, and the image is a type of form, we're not made in the essence of God. We're made in the image of God.
You know about Aristotle or Socrates. God, I'm so bad with names, but there's the big F form that came from Plato, and so it would have been Socrates.
Yeah,
and then the small F's. There's definitely a small f, I can't think of it offhand, that would describe your footprint being a form and evidence of something being a form of that thing. And you're trying to describe a form that is incomprehensible. This is where you're
like, for example, it's like just to use your analogy, in my worldview, we have a thing called the uncreated light. This is the light of God that seared Paul's eyes shut on the road to Damascus. This is the light that caused the apostles to hide behind a rock when Christ transfigured on Mount Tabor. Okay, this is
4 causes, I think. Sorry.
So just real quick, I'm getting somewhere with this. This is his uncreated light. Now, if my foot had uncreated light coming off of it, and I left a footprint in the sand, you're not going to see the uncreated light in the footprint. You're going to see the form of the foot that also bears uncreated light in its essence. So this is using your analogy.
But based on that description, God would have had to have a material form to leave evidence.
That's if you take the analogy like super literally. What I'm saying is that what we're seeing in reality is God's ideas in practice in the created order, because he created the created order.
Okay, so just to describe the four causes, just so you can maybe tell me which cause you're referring to, assuming it's not a Platonic sort of form. There's a material cause, which would be like if we're talking about a dining table, that's the wood. The table itself is the design, and that's the formal cause. Efficient cause is carpentry. Final cause is dining. Which is there any of those causes that you think that fits into?
Which cause that what fits into? Forgive me.
The way that you see God leaving evidence, having a cause such that he can leave evidence.
So, okay, like in using, you want me to use the analogy of the dining table and point to which one is the type of evidence he's using? Is that what you're asking? I'm sorry, I'm not understanding the question.
I'll link it in. I'll link it in the private chat so you can see what I'm referring to. But there's the four causes. To me, evidence requires a material cause, which is why I asked you if God ever had a material form, which you could say Jesus, but I think if you're going to say logic exists, then God would have had to have a material form that could necessitate logic exists. And so if you said God was the whole universe, maybe,
No.
but I feel like that's moving into Platonic forms.
Okay. I don't want to disregard this and just for the record, I'm my brain is like a little
fine.
mush, but like so the four causes: material cause, formal cause, efficient cause, and final cause. I mean, my first question would be, and I'm not like doubting Aristotle or saying like, well, what does he know? Obviously, he was brilliant, but like, I don't necessarily grant that I like need to necessarily be bound to these things. If I had to pick one.
Well, can you name a fifth cause that isn't just like a Platonic cause?
It's
that isn't
the
just
cause
a Platonic
is
form?
like, oh man, can you like? I'm gonna be like completely humble here. Can you like do like an explain like I'm 5 on this question, just so I can really make sure I give you an honest answer, because I don't want to dodge, but I'm not understanding the question.
The reason. Okay, so it was Aristotle. The reason that Aristotle came up with these forms was a response to Plato, and Plato was saying that there's like this universal form, and then every time Aristotle, and I'm being don't quote me on this, but I'm being super spark notes. Every time Aristotle would be like, "Yo, how does this form act on the universe?" Plato would be like, "Oh, it does, but we just can't see it or feel it or hear it or anything." And to which point Aristotle eventually said, well, you're describing something that can't possibly act on the universe itself. Here are the four forms or the four causes that can act on the universe. So unless something can fit into one of these four causes, they can't possibly act on the universe. That's why I gave you the option to also mention a fifth cause if you can demonstrate to me that fifth cause.
Dave's tapping out. Do you want to say any final words?
Skadoosh.
Later, KO.
Epic and base. Thank you so much, KO Dave. Have a good night, buddy.
And I appreciate this conversation, Eli. You seem like a genuine person and a genuine good faith
thanks. I appreciate that. I'm kind of an asshole, but I do try to like. I don't want to do the things to people that frustrates me when they do it to me. So I try my best to be fair. Let's see. So matter, form. This is change of movement caused by arrangement, shape, appearance of the thing moving. I mean, I would say that like all of these things are descriptions of the created order. So you have to look at my paradigm and the paradigm that I'm presenting. That like, I feel like if God wasn't the case, I would be more inclined to have to choose between these as the best explanation for what we have in the created order. But the necessity of God being the creator means that all of these causes are built in within the created order themselves.
But you're begging the question there. But that's also your premise.
But why
so
would it's kind of like this is? I'm not saying this is exactly like what you're doing, but what's coming to mind is when I hear people make this argument like, "Oh, God is evil, God is bad," and then when we talk about morality, I'm like, "Well, wait a minute. If God is not real, then yeah, morality is subjective to your personal description of it. But if he is real, then this would indicate that you can't apply his own creation onto him, like the standard that's set for us as humans within this order. You can't apply that to the person who created the thing, right?
Maybe so, but unfortunately, Kazak well, fortunately for me, unfortunately for you guys in that conversation, Kazak has donated $20 in a super chat to say, let's discuss veneration of saints and the benefits. Kazak, do you want to introduce your
I'm
topic?
not running. I'm not running, I swear.
Well, the question I asked that is because I think Eli's on par, and I just wanted to see if the other individual on the panel had opinions on it. Because Eli, you're Eastern Orthodox.
I'm Orthodox. Yeah.
So yeah, I'd like to hear your opinion coming from a
on veneration
Roman Catholic point of view. On my point, I just
you're Roman Catholic. Yeah,
trying to. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I think you should become Orthodox. I think that Roman Catholics were the first Protestants, but yeah, I think veneration of saints is awesome. I do it every day.
Well, I want to hear what the other people's opinions are because
I think they're all
Well, I started
atheists,
off.
though.
Oh, I didn't know that. Well, I thought that with my thing is I always thought like it was idolatry, but then I realized that veneration actually just means praying to someone to pray for you, and that was the big difference.
Correct.
But why Eastern Orthodox over Catholicism?
Papal infallibility is a new invention out of the schism, or the schism happened because of it. It happened before the schism, but that was a Roman invention, and there was no apostolic standard for that. That was never practiced in the first century, and we have plenty of church fathers that indicate this. Also, the doctrine of doctrinal change within the Roman Catholic Church, that we have Vatican I and then Vatican II. This is probably my biggest contention. And number one being that there's no justification for papal infallibility in the first several centuries. However, I think the biggest kill shot is in Vatican II, where they have this kind of ecumenist movement where they try to say that Muslims worship the same God as Christians. And it's a real dilution of Trinitarian dogma when they do that. And then you see the actions of the Pope going to mosques and praying with Muslims facing Mecca, right? In the first centuries of the church, this would have you anathema, excommunicated. But now all of a sudden, this Pope, who's supposedly infallible and can't teach any kind of fallible doctrines, is essentially demonstrating his ideas that we can, in fact, go into mosques and pray with Muslims. I mean, I don't think any Roman
is the
Catholic
scripture infallible?
Yeah, the scripture is infallible and inerrant, but that doesn't tell you that you should go and pray with Muslims.
But yeah, no, I agree with that. I don't agree with.
So like, I don't think that any of the actions of the Pope.
Not to interrupt you. I'm Death Knot. I want to let you talk in just a second, but we can hear you typing. Just if you don't, I'm muting when you're. All good though. But I'm gonna let you join in momentarily. But go ahead, guys.
Sounds like you have a sick keyboard.
Yeah,
though.
good clicky clackies.
Yeah, clicky clack.
It is.
Sorry.
And whenever we're ready to go back to the other conversation, let me know. But I mean, like, so I don't think any Roman Catholic who takes their faith seriously would say, yeah, you should kiss the Quran and go and join Muslims in a mosque facing Mecca and praying with them as they pray to Allah. They would find that to be, totally in contradiction with their beliefs. But yet when the Pope does these things, so.
When it came to Jesus Christ, he had some pretty fallible apostles, apparently, right? He had Peter, who used to say bad words and would pull the sword, and he also had Judas, who betrayed him. So even Jesus didn't pick the best of the best, but there was a reason for it. When it comes to infallibility with the scripture, you have to have an infallible translator, right? And who's going to be the infallible translator if you're Protestant or Eastern Orthodox?
Well, I think the problem, like the argument you're making is one I make against Protestants. I don't think that we need a pope for that. I think that the church is that objective, infallible standard, and the ecumenical councils that the church had that were led by the Holy Spirit, because Christ promised that he would guide the church into all truth. So it's within the councils that all of the canons and the dogmas were decided. The Roman Catholic invention that this gets extended through papal decrees based on the infallibility of the person holding the seat of Peter is nothing found within the first centuries that
So what
all
was
the
the
other
schism?
councils were based off of.
What was the schism that separated the Catholic Church from the Orthodox? It was
Man, that's such a long. I mean,
1054.
I want to
It
be.
was
I want to be respectful to everyone's time, and I'm not sure how much of these people want to listen to like a Roman Catholic Orthodox infighting. I'm down for it. I don't care. It's just so deep. But to do like the
it was 1054, so it was probably about 1,000 years after Jesus. And
right.
But I'm not going to bother you too much either.
You guys,
no,
I'm
you're
going to
good.
scramble this. I'm going to scramble this cube, and you guys can talk until I finish solving it, and then we're going to move on to an. We're going to let
Go
Jeff
ahead,
not
no.
introduce. And
Go
then-
ahead and move on.
Fastest time, Ryan.
No,
What's
no,
your
no, no.
fastest time?
I'm muting. I'm solving this cube, and you guys can finish.
Okay, cool.
Oh, don't worry about me.
So-
I'll jump in when it feels natural.
So basically, the two main points of contention, while there's a lot of historical context with our separation because of the Ottoman Empire, but the two main points of contention is the filioque and papal supremacy. So both of these things, in our view, was changed by Rome later on due to misunderstandings of the creed, total misapplication of the theology of the faith, and also the Roman emperor or the Roman popes desire to be a geopolitical force in the nation and wanting to have this kind of standing armies and have a religious temporal rule. Nice.
Perfect timing. I finished the cube, and now we have a super chat from the Trib One saying, for the panel, what created God, or is it like our Ouroboros? For Eli, is it fair to say that you're claiming about a God and not the Christian God?
We're all on you, Eli.
Is it fair to say that your claim is about a God and not the Christian God? No, I would say that tag necessitates the Orthodox Christian God. However, when I debate with atheists, I try not to let them go straight for the jugular of Trinitarian theology, because I go, whoa, wait a minute, let's do this in steps. You deny the existence of a God wholesale. Why do I need to provide you all of the theological elements of this argument if you can't even get to the necessity for any God? The points I do bring in is the intentionality, the God being a personal God, and the essence energy distinction, because I think those are relevant to the argument. But in general, when I'm dealing with atheists, that's what I do. Now, if there's more concessions of people who come inquiring, like Protestants or whatever, or even Muslims who come and say, well, how does tag show the Orthodox Christian God, I would then go into Trinitarian theology.
Yeah, by the way, there was a question for the panel before, and I didn't get to weigh in on that. Sorry, I already forgot the word because I don't talk about these things a lot. Veneration. Do you think that that's worship? Yeah, do you think that that's worship?
No, it's not. It's the same thing. If you say, hey, if you read a Facebook post, you say, hey, guys, pray for my mom. She's sick. And you guys pray for my mom because she's sick. It's the same thing. When you pray for saints or you pray for Saint Mary, you're praying for them to pray for you. Because
so does veneration often involve having like effigies? Animated effigy, but effigies that they might pray to and stuff like that.
Yeah, we have icons. We have iconography.
So is that deifying somebody?
No. It's a remembrance.
So it's not idolatry?
No, it's not idolatry.
It's an idol.
No, it's
not. An idol is a silver bull that you pray to because the bull is going to give you strength.
Are people using these things as idols though?
No. No, so there's a difference between what is, especially in biblical, like if you look at the translations, between the words that are used to describe veneration and worship. Worship it has an implication for that thing to be God in itself. So you're ascribing the properties of God.
If you make something holy, then you make it connected to God, right?
Have you ever looked up the praying of the rosary?
Saints,
I'm not knowledgeable on this stuff. I'm just trying to follow what you're saying.
So the saints in the Orthodox theology, we have a thing called theosis. So what we're trying to do, the ultimate goal is to achieve participation in the energies of God in order to become deified in like a lowercase d, not deified as in like we are God and we are becoming God ourselves, but in order to experience humanity the way we were created in total alignment with God's will, so that the effects of God are in us in the fullest capacity to our human experience. And whenever we make a saint, whenever we canonize them to be saints, we are saying that this person has achieved this in their life, and they have become they have achieved theosis. So whenever we're doing our veneration, what we're acknowledging is God inside this person, that the Holy Spirit has filled their hearts and God is within them. And it's we even say that every human we meet is like an icon, because we're all made in the image of God, and we all have that characteristic to some degree.
I get what you're saying, but you do at least concede it's a small d deification.
Yeah.
And just based on that, I don't want to take up too much time, so I'm just going to make my final argument. It sounds to me like you're making a distinction without a difference, and so you're effectively conceding, based on the definition of worship, that it is worship, but you're just creating such high standards for it.
No, it's praying too. It's praying too for the praying for.
Well, the deification thing, it's like we're deified through God being inside of us and through our participation with God. God is not, there's no other God that's showing up. There's no other God that's being created. There is
layman terms. It's a GoFundMe. It's pray for my
Reed Barfield saving the appearance, but I bet Melanie would like it and fully grasp it. Okay, I'll take a look.
Common Good is a very, very well-read chatter of mine, so I would definitely.
I looked it up, and definitely if I can get it as an audiobook, because I still struggle with text reading.
Oh God.
If Eli's a saint and I pray to Eli to pray for my dad who's in heaven, that's the veneration. I'm saying, hey Eli, pray for my father, blah blah blah. That's what praying to a saint means.
Well, so just to
am I wrong? I don't know.
I'm not sure.
I've said my piece. So far, you haven't convinced me that I'm wrong, and I am convinced that you've at least conceded enough to satisfy my criteria.
Okay. Well, I just want to. So earlier, I asked Eli to explain to me in kind of layman's terms, if he could, like the argument that we're the main argument that kind of precipitated this, and you started to, and then you started using a bunch of words, and then at a later point, you actually acknowledged that you yourself don't really comprehend the meaning of a lot of those words that you were using. And I'd like if you can try in your own, like, and it doesn't have to be like your own word. I don't mean, like, you can lean on some words and we can discuss the implications of those words. But I feel like we get even if it's not actually a word salad to someone who doesn't know how you're using all those words, or even just doesn't know all those words, it feels like a word salad. So I'm wondering if we can try to parse through it in a way that might be more digestible for me. I mean, just me, but 100%. I'm sure lots of people in the chat and some people on the panel as well.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm actually really glad you brought that up, because when I heard you in the panel, you said I wanted to press Eli on that. What I was saying was Bill Hicks was saying, I don't understand this. And I said, yeah, I don't understand most of it too. What I was kind of being tongue in cheek, because I'm trying to show people that, like, I'm not claiming to be an expert in philosophy. I'm really, really not. It's a pet hobby. And what I was meaning specifically was going up against Corinth, specifically as an opponent. This guy is way more educated on every single philosophical term and concept that you could throw at him. That's like when Andy came up and Andy was talking about, like, what was it? Like some kind of, I forget, group theory or like all this different stuff. Corinth knew exactly what he was talking about and knew how to respond. Like, they were on each other's level and they were having this better argument. I'm kind of a fool because I challenged Corinth, knowing damn good and well that I'm not, like, on that level. But I want to do exactly what you said, Ryan, is I want to show people that you really don't have to be an expert in order to make a good, wholehearted attempt at these things, if you can at least grasp the basics. So I don't particularly say anything that I don't fully understand. if it's coming out of my mouth, I've thought about it decently well enough to know that I can defend what I'm saying. Now, if he proposes some theory to me, like, well, what do you think about, like when he said monad, I'm like, man, I got to be real with you. What's a monad? I don't know. I'm not going to say. Maybe I'll try to Google it in a tab real quick.
Figure out what that is just based on like its suffix. I actually can I deify Corinth for a second and just give him the Cosmic Fox certified master debater seal of approval.
You have absolute free will to venerate Corinth to your heart's desire.
If you want to do well in your debate, if you want to do well in your debate, pray to Corinth and specifically DM him and tell him you prayed to him because Melanie Cosmic Fox told you to.
All love to Corinth.
I just know how much he would love.
Through the name of gonads.
I hope it confuses him. Like, why are people messaging me this?
Yeah. But
by the way, while we're talking about Corinth, just a couple days ago, he was on this channel. He was debating Speakeasy. I moderated. I haven't done very much moderation. I guess I'm doing a little bit right now. But he was on the same exact channel, the place you are all at right now, which you should like and subscribe to, and also get memberships and unlock some of the best emotes on YouTube. But he was on this very channel debating Speakeasy on the topic of abortion and whether or not it should be legal. But
who did better?
Throw that out there.
I will go watch it like that.
I'll let you be the judge.
If you're on X,
I came here to your channel. You judge.
Yeah.
X, aka Twitter, aka not really even, never really X, just Twitter.
And so I guess, Ryan, like, just to really sum it up, like one last final time, it really is just as simple as saying that those three things, the immaterial, conceptual, and universal, that I believe that I have a justified reason to believe that these things are those things, and that I have a justified reason to believe that those things could not exist in that way without a immaterial, universal, divine mind. That it really is a super simple argument. It's not meant to be like incomprehensible to people. It's just that there's a lot of other philosophical theories that kind of come towards it, and people who are more versed in how to refute each and every single one that comes out to refute it do a much better job of getting the dub or whatever. But I still think that the logical entailments are totally sound and completely follow.
I would point out that, like, I appreciate that you're willing to learn stuff, and Common Good pointed that out too. But really think about like the four forms thing, because I would argue that everything that does exist, according to you, like the Harry Potter and stuff like that, exists under those four forms, and you can't find evidence of anything in this universe that actually has the Platonic form that you're associating to God.
Right. So, I mean, I think like it's kind of like when people say what kind of modal scope are you using, right? And I've heard the people online, the different content creators that I learned a lot of my arguments from, be pressed with that, and the answer they give is that it's really any of the modal scopes, right? It's a pair. This is what I think is getting missed in the conversation, is that it's a meta level argument. It's an argument that is before and consisting within the meta level of all of these things. So even these forms that you're talking about, I think also presuppose the thing that I'm talking about. I think it's a higher order argument.
But now you just described a Platonic form again.
So when you say Platonic form, what do you exactly mean by that?
It's an absolute. I want to say this, but this might have only been arrived at after Aristotle pressed him on it. But it's an absolute abstracted form that somehow also acts on this, can act on this universe somehow.
Is this the same as the Platonic realm? I'm familiar with that. Plato's Platonic realms. Okay,
I don't know why I keep confusing these things with forms. If I keep doing that, I'm sorry.
So no, that's fine. That's fine. I think that what you're talking about is Platonic realms. So what Plato, and I'm not an expert at any of this. I've totally, like you said, spark noting from what I've learned. But Plato had a similar sort of. He was not a nominalist.
Okay, great.
He
the realm is where the forms reside.
Right. Sure, correct. So he was not a nominalist. He believed that universals existed, but that they're kind of in a different sphere, in a different dimension than reality, and that they exist ontologically in this place. That's not the argument I'm making. That's not the transcendental argument for God. That's where I think the point of departure is from what you're saying. is what I'm saying is that these things are kind of their ontological reality is within the mind of God. Within, like, for example, the analogy that I
Okay,
really,
but where
really
is
like.
that?
Well, let me put it to you like this. If I'm a builder and I'm going to build a tiny house and I have an idea, and like, let's just assume in a way that like there's never been a house built. I'm like God in this way. I'm creating the first ever house. I'm not like referring to things that I already know about in this kind of vacuum. Let's put this analogy in a vacuum. I'm building a house and I have an idea for how it will be structured. That idea is sourced in me. My mind came up with this idea, and then I had material that I formed around this idea. So now, once it's built, and then you put somebody in the house, they're seeing two things at once. They're seeing the material, and they're seeing the material existing in accordance with the idea that I had. My idea has become tangible through, like, you can figure out what my idea was based on what I built. That's my argument for these transcendental categories that are so fundamental, is that their mere existence, the nature, so the idea, if you'd never seen a house before, going back to my analogy, and you're like, wow, it's square and it's got these angles and all of these things, and there was no way to account for what a square or an angle was, my implication is that, well, the fact that we cannot point to where a square or an angle is anywhere else in the universe, somebody had to have like come up with this, because we have no other way to show it. Now that analogy gets terrible, because in our world we do know what squares and angles are. I'm saying that now take squares and angles in this house analogy and apply it to logic and these regularities in nature, like the fact that things are the way they are and don't change, and there's there's no scientific empirical evidence for the force that's allowing these things to be this way, yet they remain consistent. This was the idea that God had for structuring the universe, because we can't account for it in any other kind of way, and the universe follows suit after this, but there's no empirical evidence to describe it. So I'm saying that logically, the nature of the pattern in reality is dictating a type of idea from the mind of God.
So is this a necessary existence?
What a necessary existence?
God.
God is the necessary existence for our world.
Is it the ground of all being?
Yes.
Is it the source of truth, beauty, and moral order?
Yes.
Is it eternal, immutable, and perfect?
Yes.
Then you have described God as a Platonic form.
No.
Well,
and I also want to point out, no, that is exactly how Plato described his forms. And I want to point out, that I think it's a little bit telling that you have to anthropomorphize God to even start to describe this.
So I could just say that Plato, his forms described God. But that doesn't negate. That's not a negation either way.
And if Ryan, if you want to bring up Earth's comment, that is relevant. But this goes back to what Socrates says, is that what you're ultimately describing is something that can't possibly act on the universe based on the properties that you've described. And I do acknowledge that I did know that Aristotle did that. I did half forget. So that is a reminder to me. But
that's fine.
My argument doesn't rely.
Cosmic.
My argument
what about
doesn't rely on 100%.
Defnot hasn't talked all night. Let's hear what she says.
Yeah, if she's waiting to say something, she can jump in, and I'll definitely.
Honestly, I'm like falling asleep a little bit. There's a lot of like little circular. I was just like,
Well, you're super rap, so you it seems like you follow every.
I don't know. I just mentioned the criteria for Platonic forms, and you just agreed that it was the criteria. So I don't think that's circular.
Well, no, but what I'm saying is that like that doesn't prove Platonic forms. Just because that the criteria is the same. Like I could just say that Plato was just getting really close to God, and that's what he described. That's not like
or
an
getting
argument either
further
way.
away from reality, as Aristotle pointed out.
Well, I mean, again, I don't like these guys were great, brilliant philosophers, but just
How
because
can
they said
something
a
that's
thing doesn't.
totally abstracted and totally absolute supposed to tell us about the nature of reality itself, which isn't absolute and isn't abstracted?
Well, so first of all, I think that logic is absolute. That's the universal quality of it.
No, we find things in nature that contradict logic all the time. Quantum mechanics, for
Like
example.
what? Like
Quantum
what?
Quantum mechanics.
All right, give us an
It
example.
at least seems to contradict logic. Right?
Yeah.
Example.
Yeah, I think that
term.
if the laws of logic were actually and if it were an absolute that was actually contradicted, that would be a much bigger deal, and we would.
I think it's possible.
Wouldn't have
I think it's possible to use any permutation of words to make anything seem logical, and that's the problem. Is that
sure? And this is getting in even deeper. So that's a great point. Somebody can say something that's logical, but that doesn't necessarily make it true, right? Like you could like. If you lived like in the Fallout game and you were underground and every single adult, you're a little kid and every single adult says, yeah, the sky is purple out there in the world, it would logically follow for you to use your reason to say, oh, the sky is purple, but that doesn't make it a truth claim, right? So that means that there's a truth that also exists that logic helps us reach. These are all interconnected. They're not separate things. They all rely. Right? They all rely on exactly. They all rely on each other foundationally in order to reach something called truth. So what I'm saying, any other worldview does is it makes truth impossible. It makes any kind of certainty possible.
Why? Because again, if I want to understand why the sky is blue, I can look at backscattering of radiation and black body radiation and absorption and reflection of various gas molecules to figure out why the sky is blue. I don't need God for any of that to figure out how that works.
Well,
right, but that's what I'm talking about. There are not all things are proven the same way. You're coming from the paradigm that all things must be proven empirically, and I reject.
But when do we ever need God to understand something?
What I'm saying is that you don't you need God in order to have the unempirically the things that are not verified empirically, like regularity in nature, like whether logic is logical. The nature of these things dictate the necessity of a God through, again, the three preconditions that I talked about.
Mr. MC,
I know, but
MC.
Def not trying to say something. Let's
MC. What's the definition of?
Wait. Def not's chiming in. I want to hear.
Go ahead.
I was just saying I still don't see how. Like I feel like I kept saying that, and you keep saying that it just is. I'm still not seeing a direct connection of something therefore God.
My argument is not that it just is. Yeah, my argument is not that it just is. I have an actual argument.
I saw you were trying to do a path, but it just wasn't leading to God.
Okay, so I want to know where your disagreement is so that we can go down that path. So, do you think that logic is immaterial, conceptual, and universal?
I'm not sure. Differentiate between the three. What do you mean by each one?
Immaterial being like you can't find it under a rock, you can't see it under a microscope.
Obviously, sure.
Yeah, you can't pick up the law of logic and hand it to me. It's immaterial. It's conceptual, meaning that it does require a mind in order to use it, to understand it. The only way in which it does exist to us is through the mind. Yet this is where the third part comes in, is that it's universal. So it's not dependent on our mind. Our minds are what we use to understand it, but it also has an effect on reality in a universal way. Everything is guided by and it abides by this force. So, and I don't like that. Force is such a bad word to use.
Before is the universal part.
Right. So you were saying that you have no way of knowing that it's universal. I would say that following that premise to its logical conclusion shows that you actually can't have knowledge. That knowledge then becomes kind of a social construct at that point.
I don't think you can't. That means you can't have knowledge. It just means just because you can't be 100% certain of something doesn't mean you can't know things. It just means you can't know everything.
Yeah. For example, there's a difference between absolute logic and inductive logic.
Right, but it makes deduction, deductive reasoning impossible at that point.
No, it
Well, it also
doesn't.
starts with a contradiction, right,
Yeah,
between
no-
immaterial and conceptual, right? So if there's like I said this before you came on, Eli, if you have a 100% completely unique concept that only exists in your mind, which is in your brain, and I destroy your brain, did I destroy the concept?
I think in that point, yes. If it's like some like what idea for a book or something I had, or like a poem that I wrote or something, I guess so. Yeah, that dies
So
with me.
then from my worldview, because I don't believe that minds exist without brains, then from my worldview, concepts are intrinsically linked to physical reality because
Why
they
does
have to come from
effigy
Well-
brains.
sound like God talking to me?
Well,
It was so pure.
But what I'm saying is that my unique concepts that
My
I
godlike
personally
EQing
create,
ability.
my unique concepts that I uniquely create, don't like the regularity in nature doesn't abide by that. It abides by concepts that are outside of my brain.
No, I'm just pointing out the contradiction between claiming something is conceptual and immaterial.
I
Well,
think the
like
camera's dead.
Like
No,
minds
yeah,
to me are intrinsically material because they have to come from brains.
no, so well, I know, but like what? So at that point, I would ask, like, where do you identify and locate the mind within the brain?
That's like saying where do you locate the person of a human
Logic
being,
in
right? 'Cause
the
Wait,
universe.
I actually have a question that I want to ask. Like, where do you identify and locate the best emotes on YouTube? And in fact, you find them on by joining it with a Radical Coder membership. You unlock them, and then you can use them in the chat here. So I highly encourage people to do so. If you already have a membership, you can also gift memberships to other people in the chat. It'll be a kind of a random lottery, and then it's super exciting. Everyone gets to have a lot of fun with it. But carry on with the conversation.
The show, Ryan, that was badass.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that at that point, like
Hmm.
you're basically saying that the mind isn't real; it's just a social construct, a word that we apply to a bunch of physical functions that can't actually be identified in a particular.
yeah, it's something that we believe emerges greater than the sum of its
But do you
parts.
think it's real? Do you think the mind is real, or do you think it's just a clever word we use to describe a bunch of physical actions?
Why would those two be separate things?
Because if it actually
If
exists,
we're describing physical
then
actions,
it has
it's
some
by
kind of
definition real,
ontological
right?
But if it actually exists, then it has some kind of ontological status, right? But if it's just a clever word we use to, like, describe a bunch of physical processes, then it's not an actual thing. It's
That's
just
like
a bunch of
most of
individual.
language, right? Is just a bunch of words to describe things.
Yeah, it's like
Well,
the thing
I
I
know,
pointed out
but-
about the cup before, and how you can use two ways to describe it. And we don't normally
I know,
describe
but
a
there's
cup full of
still an
water.
ontological cup that exists. The cup isn't a made up thing that's not
No,
real. The
it's a
cup is
concept.
real.
Concept of a cup is the physical reality.
Oh my God, this
what
is
it
where we
but-
get. I know this is what we keep getting into. This is the difference between, like, the word cup is not the
Yeah.
same thing as the
It's
cup
like
that
saying,
exists.
when does a cup end and a bowl begin?
Well, hang on. If we just skip forward for a little bit, say that these three things that for some reason, it doesn't seem like we have the three things. Like we can't agree that these three things are true. Say we did agree that these three things, that logic has these three properties. Say that's true. What's the connection to God from there?
Because that necessitates a universal mind.
What are the three
How?
properties? Did I miss this? I don't know
The
what you're talking about.
immaterial, conceptual, and universal.
Okay, not three laws of logic. I almost misinterpreted there. So
Yeah, no. And that's just me. Like I'm not saying that the argument is like the way I use the argument is I like to pick out these things. There's a whole host of others too, like intentionality, telos. That's extremely important too. It's not like this has some strict reduction. It's just when I'm making this argument, I like to pick out these three particular things to show why a universal mind is necessary for universal abstract concepts.
But I think you're failing to convince us on that, especially me.
I'm sure of that.
Because a lot of what you've described really is better described by the Aristotelian forms.
Mr. MC, I don't think your
Why
mind's
is it
gonna
better?
change
Where do you get-
regardless.
No, where do you get your metric for better? Why is it better?
Well, for one thing, that actually does describe all processes in the universe, whether they're controlled by a mind or not.
Wait, what
that's showing
describes all processes in the universe?
the Aristotelian forms. So, for example, whether or not something's a bowl or a cup doesn't matter. It matters how we use it. That's here. Let me make sure I got the right word. That's the efficient form.
And
He's not going
just
to
real
change
quick,
his
Zach,
mind.
Or
if he
formal
believes what
Zach,
he-
I don't know if you're aware, but it's Miss.
Well, this
MC.
is like
All right.
this is getting into like, is a hot dog a sandwich kind of a thing,
But
right?
But right, that depends.
Like,
do you
that's
want
the
a
point,
sandwich
though.
or do you want a hot dog?
No,
If you
but
ask, gonna
I'm
make
talking
you
about
something
the
a certain
physical
way.
thing, though. The physical thing is still what it is.
But if we describe it as a series of chemistry, then they're going to sound like the same thing because they're essentially made of the same things.
Okay, but what is logic made of?
Linguistics,
Rules?
semantics.
No.
Yes.
Well, we may
It's
never
not
find out
semantics.
what logic is made of if we within 4 minutes don't meet our goal. And so, just FYI, everyone, if you want this discussion to continue, there's only one way to make that happen. Otherwise, again, I may shut off at any point. I reserve my right to do so. So we got about less than
If
4
we
minutes.
can get if we get down to
do you
only
think-
needing
do
one
you-
more, I'll be that tiebreaker.
I don't want to straw person you, but do you think logic and order within the universe, like regularity and stuff like that, are co-occurring?
Wait, say that one more time.
Do you think logic and the regularity in nature need to be caused by the same thing?
Yeah, that's the entailment. Is that there is the law of whenever, again, this is what it's like with the is a hot dog, a sandwich, or whatever. It's still the referent, whatever you call it with language. It's still the same. It's still what it is. Okay. So when you call this regularity in the universe the law of identity, that the actual verbal language is irrelevant to what's being described. And what I'm saying, what's being described.
Hang on, guys. K-Zach with the $50 US. Thank you so much, K-Zach. Awesome panelist. Awesome. Yeah, seriously, that's awesome. We're gonna argue religion. All right.
There we go.
We are, right?
Well, I don't know. Maybe my rent is going to be a little bit late, but it's okay, Ryan.
Jesus.
I hope
Who needs rent?
Don't guilt me like that. Look,
Ryan, you're ruining lives out here. Oh my
listen,
god.
I just want my rent. All right. Look, I got rent to pay too.
I want to fuck with Eli. That's pretty much.
At least get your teeth fixed if you're going to steal this guy's rent.
Huh?
Well, to be fair,
I had to placate the Crucible crew.
Yeah, no, all good. And to the Crucible crew, Andrew, I believe is going to pay for the tooth. I haven't gone to the dentist and gotten a consultation. I don't have like dental insurance, so with all the support that I'm getting right now, I might be able to assume.
How did that
Ryan,
come
real
up,
quick?
by the way, did he just look at you and say like, "I want to do this," or was
well,
it
he
like
noted he
a
was kind of drunk one night on a panel, and he realized, which is kind of funny because I've been missing a tooth for like over a decade now. I've been missing this tooth. And I've been talking to Andrew for about 5 years, and he just noticed it one night on a Raging Tomato panel, and then he was drinking, and he was like, you go all these leftist panelists, all these leftist hosts, none of them pay for your tooth, but he was basically like proposing that if the Crucible, if we raise money for it, then we'll pay for it. I thought it was pretty funny because I actually don't go on a lot of left.
How did you lose it?
I mean, it's totally that's a good question.
Andrew punched me in the face, so he's kind of like paying it to make up for the violence.
When you back in time,
dude,
I was making fun of him for not being able to open jars.
He's that powerful. He's so powerful. He punched Ryan through the screen.
He was opening the jar and his hand slipped and just.
So what you're saying is, you fell down in the shower and your tooth fell out.
Yeah, exactly. No, really, I had a root canal done like over a decade ago, and I just I had like a cap initially, but I'm like my ADHD and OCD shit, like I have like tics, so I was like kind of fiddling with it with my tongue all the time, and eventually it came off, and then they put like a temporary one, and I just stopped wearing it at a certain point.
It kind of suits you. It kind of looks hard. It's tough, man.
It's fine. It's never really been like a big issue for me. But I obviously it'd be better if I didn't have. I am like ever so slightly insecure about it, but like I don't know. It's never been like a problem with women or anything. So like women find it endearing. I don't know.
I'm being like sincere. Like some people it wouldn't look as good, but for you it's kind of like an edge. If you just like showed up with the
upper tooth, I think if it was an upper tooth, I think I would be way more insecure about it. It's usually
yeah, I would hate that. I'd be pissed if I lost my upper tooth.
I was looking at the chat.
different.
I need my release on this because I feel like I'm getting somewhere with like regularities in nature. These aren't things that require like creation. These are things that just make sense when you understand, like, if the universe expands and cools and entropy, things are going towards disorder. Certain things are going to go towards equilibrium. Certain things are going to cool over time. That's going to make them act a certain way. And based on molecular bonding structures, as specifically Vesper and molecular orbital theory, you're able to see how those patterns actually form and those regularities actually form.
What the fuck are you talking about, Cosmic?
You have thermodynamics. Now, when we talk logic, we don't talk about any of that shit, to be honest. When we talk about logic, aside from when we're making scientific theory, when we talk about a cup, we're using linguistic shorthands. We're talking about all those molecules that are in there of different types of ceramics, the aluminum, the oxide, but we're not talking about those things specifically. And that's what effigy is trying to talk about. We need these conceptual forms, which is maybe like that fifth form that we're getting to, that to even handle the logic in the first place. Therefore, it is semantic.
Well, no, but like you couldn't even know what you were talking about if these things didn't hold to.
No, I can, because my brain. That's how the brain works. It processes information in such a way that if I see an object, I then attribute information to it. And then if I speak about it, I speak about the attributed information.
Hey, Eli, pretty much this sounds like some kind of weird gonad talk, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that Melanie is a neutral monist. Maybe. I mean, are you a neutral monist, Melanie?
I don't know what that means.
What does that mean?
Monads?
Yeah. So again,
If I were to have any religion, I would be a pantheist.
Well, that's a form of monism, actually. So monism is implying that everything is one. But from what I understand, what Corin said, when he says neutral monism, he's saying that it's not a materialist form of monism, but that there's also immaterial and material, and they're made of neutral stuff that reconciles them. That's my really probably dog shit understanding of it. But again, whenever you point to all of these, quantum physics and things that we show, it's showing us what is happening and not why it's happening and not why it doesn't happen any other way. This is kind of getting more into what I'm talking about here. So
yeah, but we don't need God to explain any of that.
Well, what I'm this is my critique of classical foundationalism. Now, in an empirical view, I quote unquote, I'm saying this tongue in cheek. You don't need God to say that, okay, you know what? This rock has a rough edge. I actually think you do, but this is you can deduce this with just your sense data. Okay. But then there's higher order elements to this that you don't verify through empirical sense data.
Where?
Okay, so how do you verify? First of all, do you believe that all knowledge comes through sense data?
No, not necessarily. Sometimes we transcode things through scientific equipment and stuff like that. To a way that makes it readable to us, right? So microscopic things, we can't actually get that directly from sense data. We need something that can turn that into a signal.
A microscope is utilizing sight. It's just improving your sight. So that is sense data.
But it works on an operational principle that it will only work one way if the conditions are such that it will work differently if those conditions change, right? And that's how we're able to use it as an observational tool.
Eli, we're doing this. AMC, do we come from monkeys?
We share a common ancestor
MC,
with
just
monkeys.
call me Melanie. I'm not used to being called. People also call me Furby. That's a good shorthand.
Oh, I'm sorry. My phone just shows the MC. I'm sorry. Melanie.
To be specific, we evolved out of monkeys. I don't think we came from monkeys. That's too simplistic.
So we evolved but didn't come from. Explain, because that doesn't make much sense. So we evolved but we didn't come from?
Well, I came from the bathroom, and that's a recent event. But I can't evolve from something recent.
No, we're talking about your ancestors, not what you left in the toilet. So we evolved and we didn't come from? Tell me. What's the difference?
Because evolving is something that, in terms of timescales, takes hundreds of thousands of years for traits to really become novel.
So we came from monkeys.
Zach, it sounds like by the way you're using the word came from. Yeah, we agree that we
Monkeys is an
evolved
incorrect
from
term.
some. There's some we share some common ancestor with like modern monkeys. Yes, that's what all the evolutionists, all evolutionists, I say, quote unquote, like all the people who
Common
believe in evolution
ancestors is
here.
a better way
do
to
Hey,
accept.
is that Wi-Fi in the chat? Is that Wi-Fi gospel?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Probably.
Eli, do we come from
What up,
monkeys?
Wi-Fi gospel? I'm a fan.
I'm anticipating that
Nobody
an
came from
argument that's
monkeys, Zach.
going.
Monkeys is a modern thing. We all
Yeah.
exist in the category of apes, so we came from a kind of ape ancestor.
I don't remember being a monkey, but maybe.
Well, you don't remember being your parents either, right? Or your grandparents.
I was a pretty decent swimmer back in the day.
Neat.
I mean, obviously, you beat a
Okay.
lot of them to the goal.
But you don't remember being your great grandparents. You know what I'm saying? Like you wouldn't remember being a monkey or whatever.
It sounds like you remember being a fish. That's weird.
I keep
you're going
fish.
even further back.
Oh my gosh. I think when it came to fish and swimmers, I might have been the strongest one.
Maybe so, but our strongest soldier on panel right now at this very moment at least is Def Not with the $5 super chat saying clickety clackety typing tax. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry,
Def Not.
I like Def Not, but Kazak has paid like over $50 at least.
Which is why I said at this very moment, Kazak, which is if we go back in time to before this moment in time, then I would say Kazak is by far. Kazak has supported the stream immensely tonight, and I greatly appreciate it. I don't want to say
going off the most.
I just got that moment. Kazak has the overall. All the rest of the moments.
But if anyone wants to show him up, there are obvious ways to do it. You can donate more than him. You can also donate through. You can support the stream with memberships, which are fantastic. Really love. I hate these gray names in my chat. It really gives me an aneurysm. Like whenever I see all these gray names, it's really. I'm actually like very racist against the gray names in my chat, and I want to eliminate them. I actually want to do a gray name cleansing if possible. So if
would you say, Ryan, you're racist?
This would be a wrench.
I am extremely racist, especially against people who have gray names in my chat.
Ryan, just give
I'm gonna clip that.
I will find an excuse to ban them all if you just give me a wrench.
No, that's not the solution. We're not going to excise them. We're going to convert them. Okay, we're going to fix them.
And back on Melon, I just wanted to beat their.
Yeah.
I wanted to talk shit, and then I just wanted Eli to back me up. But apparently, he had to poop or grab a beer or something. I don't know what he did.
Grabbed me a shot of whiskey and filled up my Brita filter so I don't get a hangover.
Can I just say earlier tonight I didn't get an answer to my question if God is immaterial.
Well, we can't see your face,
but is also
bro.
a man. Is man God's gender
God
since he doesn't have a sex?
What? No, God is not the essence. So God himself, we have the God the Father. He is not a man. Christ became a man in the incarnation, but God, the triune God, is not a man.
How's God not a man if he's a him?
It's just a pronoun used to describe God.
So pronouns don't actually describe a reality. They're just a chosen thing.
Okay,
I mean,
what do you think?
That's a whole other
It's arbitrary. Yeah, sure, it can be arbitrary. Let's go.
Where are you going with it? Where are you going with it? What does that mean? We can talk about it.
So actually, I'm kind of curious with essences. Like I can say, like, you know, as a pantheist.
What is that?
Somebody who believes everything is essentially God. As a pantheist.
Okay, that's weird.
You know, I can sense it.
Everything is God, so I'm God.
I see an essence too, right? How do we distinguish that your essence is more valid than my essence?
Well, I don't think anybody's essence is more valuable than the other. I know.
I'm sorry. Like you're talking about God as an essence, and you're saying, and I'm talking about validity, about truth value. But and I'm given a hypothetical where I'm saying if I'm a pantheist and I can say that I see an essence in all of nature that doesn't rely on your God, but is still a divine essence. How do we determine the truth value of these two statements?
Well, so
you'll find out.
I think that like is really contingent on our definitions of what it means to be divine. I mean, if everything is God, then did everything create everything? Did you also have a part in creation?
No.
Yeah.
How? What was that like?
Just because through temporal reasoning, if I'm everything, I'm also everything that was before. Therefore, I'm at
I know,
any
but this
point
is
that
just
anything that was ever created.
Well, that's just like an assertion. It's like, well, if I was everything that was before, then I
Likewise,
guess I had something to do.
But here's the thing: I could argue you're doing the same thing.
She's
No,
in
but
good
but the
company
thing is,
then.
I've
Yeah.
explained my whole argument is explanatory power. Like that's what
That
I'm.
relies on lore to even have.
No,
that.
I'm making an actual argument about the nature that, like, this is why we're having this whole debate
But
all
so am
night
I.
long. Is because, well,
I'm
no,
saying rocks have a
there's no
spirit, and without
no,
that
there's
spirit,
no
they wouldn't be
argument for
rocks.
no, there's no epistemological justification for anything that you're saying. Like
I could say likewise, because again, you've put things into the Platonic realm where, as Aristotle
I have not
argued, it
I have
has
not. I've never
anything in
once
the
argued for a
Platonic-
Platonic realm.
Let-
I've never once
Eli,
argued for a
let
Platonic
him
realm. It just hasn't
elaborate.
happened.
Let's hear what he says.
But you functionally have put in the Platonic realm where things cannot act, where we cannot use things in the Platonic realm to understand the nature of reality itself,
Well,
because it's too abstracted.
No, dude, I'm literally positing that you can use logic to understand the nature of reality itself. It's just that the nature of reality itself and the logical entailment of that is that a divine mind is the exemplar cause, the first cause of the created order.
But logic
and that there
doesn't
is a
tell us
created
God
order.
exists. You have to presuppose God made logic.
No, I'm
Yes.
demonstrating that through tag. This is what, like, you guys disagree with it, and you guys have been trying all night long to pin down how this isn't the case. And I think I've done a pretty good job at mitigating that pushback. But whenever you say that's the same thing as just asserting pantheism with zero argumentation, it's just not. The justificatory force of my
pantheism isn't even real.
What
What the hell is that? Pantheism?
You referred to things that are better explained by formal causes, and everything else was such an abstraction that we can't use it to discern the nature of reality itself. So
what do you?
I have to ask you again. How is there truth value in anything you've said when I can easily say something like everything has a spirit, and that also does the same thing you're doing?
That's not what I'm doing. I'm showing an actual logic. So where is your? Can you give like a syllogism to explain pantheism, to justify
pantheism?
Yeah. So, everything in nature has a spirit.
Okay.
Like a cockroach.
If you take issue with that, here, give me your syllogism, just that way I can see what you're.
So again, I might be butchering what a syllogism exactly is, but from what I understand,
syllogism.
Whenever I say God is a necessary precondition for transcendental categories, then if we have transcendental categories, therefore God. If we have immateriality, conceptual, and universality, then if all of these categories hold these things, then by nature of it being immaterial, conceptual, and universal, that we must have a conceptual, immaterial, and universal mind. Conceptual entails mind.
I can't be as rigorous as you're being, but I can say that anything transcendental entails a spirit. Spirit is something that can. Is he frozen?
No, he's just staying perfectly still to prove the existence of God.
Yeah, there's really no point in saying it, but I could easily just use the same logic for a spirit existing in everything, for everything, and it wouldn't be any more or less meaningful. So when he comes back, I'll try to do that. I guess.
He's back already. Welcome back, Eli.
Yeah, you froze on us.
Yeah, it happened in the middle of the debate, and it was even worse. I'm glad that it only took this long for it to happen again.
Hey, don't let it happen again, all right?
Yeah. What's that?
Yeah. Don't let it happen again, all right?
Yeah, illegal. Sorry. It's illegal.
Appeal to bad internet connection fallacy. So anyway, I was saying that that's an argument on my end. So what would be the argument for pantheism on your end that has more justificatory, explanatory force?
Well, yeah, I could just as easily say that in order to explain anything transcendental, we need spirit. Spirit is something that can exist in anything, therefore everything is divine.
So wait, why do we need spirit?
Well, this is what we're trying to ask you about why we need God to explain transcendentalism.
No, I'm saying that in order to have these categories that we agree exist,
Mhm.
that these categories are immaterial, conceptual, and universal. And I think that really, I think that when you guys disagree with this, if you like, it's not an actual disagreement. I'm not just asserting that this is the case. I'm demonstrating that these things are these three things. Right.
Right.
So I want
So
you to
then,
demonstrate to me how everything needs a spirit, like demonstratably.
so how can spirit not need to be universal, conceptual, and sorry, what's the third
No,
one?
I demonstrate a spirit.
No, I'm asking you, but how so you said that demonstrates God. How can spirit not be those three things?
No, you have to. I'm talking about things that are
But
demonstratable
this,
that we
you
all
should be able to argue this with a syllogism. I'm
No,
asking the question I'm asking you is actually syllogistic logic, so you should be able to answer it with a syllogism.
What's the question?
How is spirit incapable of being conceptual, universal, in that third thing you mentioned? I'm sorry, I'm blanking
Well,
on that.
for the record, I, in a effect, believe that all humans have souls. If you want to call it that, I need to know what you mean by spirit, also. But I do think that we all have immaterial souls.
Right.
That
So,
could be
so I'm
synonymous
pointing
with
to an
spirit.
essence. That essence is it resembles everything in nature. So I'm asking you, how can it not be those three
What
things?
essence?
those
What
three
is this universal essence that resembles everything in nature?
Did you say categorical, conceptual?
Ryan, you can't
universal?
yawn. Stop it.
Immaterial,
I
conceptual,
apologize,
and
kids. It won't
universal.
happen again.
So yeah, there's immaterial essences in nature. There are conceptual essences in nature, and there are universal essences in nature.
Okay, so what's your grounding source for all of these essences?
What's your grounding sources for these essences on your end?
I'm not. I don't affirm these essences that you're talking about necessarily.
I pointed them to them being conceptual, universal, and immaterial.
No, but you have to. I'm talking about things that are already presupposed in everybody's worldview. You're bringing up things that are not presupposed in everybody's worldview. That's the strength of my argument.
I don't think we are presupposing things like you do, though, right? So it's not in everybody's worldview.
No, I don't. Are you saying that everybody on the panel agrees with your pantheist? Everybody's got
no, we all have
spirit, and we share
different
universal
presuppositions. That's the point.
No, but I'm talking about the presuppositions that are commonly shared, even the ones whether we know it or not. All
So
the
like
things
Eli, you talk to
language.
Melanie with respect, damn it.
Like logic. I guess that's something that's presupposed in these essences, just that way.
Correct. That's why I'm using that example. There's nobody on this panel that's denying the existence of logic.
But that doesn't affirm the existence of God necessarily.
Yeah. Well, that's what my argument is entailing. Is that if
but
logic
I could say spirit
that entails a God.
I could say spirit necessitates logic.
Okay, show me how.
The way that nature works and the order and the regularity of nature couldn't happen without a spirit.
Okay, so can you demonstrate that to me?
Yeah, it would need to be timeless, so therefore immaterial and universal, and it would need to be something that we can only understand conceptually.
It would need to be timeless, universal, and something
timeless
that we can only
immaterial.
Okay, does it have intention? Does this spirit have intentionality?
Sure.
Okay, and so
they all have a mind. If you don't need a brain, they can all have a mind, right?
And this one individual spirit created the entire universe.
You don't have a brain. What the fuck?
It was originally one of individual spirit, but it fractured into many different spirits.
Oh, it fractured, and how does something that is timeless and universal fracture?
Well, because it's still universal, even though it's many. It's one through many, just like droplets in an ocean. You still have an ocean, right?
Well, so then it never fractured. It was just always this way. You see, now you've already stumbled into like.
Well, this goes back to your Trinitarian views, right? Like,
I know, but again, this is like I have a much far better. No, it's not.
MC, what's the Trinitarian views?
You don't really care about the law of identity when you get to the triune, right?
It's far better in terms of having lore, but it doesn't explain the nature of reality for us.
How does the
lore, dude? I mean,
the Trinitarian views?
How does being Trinitarian explain the nature of reality for us?
Because it's the reality that you live every day. What do you mean?
There is a theological metaphysic by that. A dyad implicates a triad. This is way more complicated. This is why I said in my opening statement, if you're going to deny So you're okay, fair. You're not.
Well, I'm
an
actually
atheist,
gonna
so-
deny you the end of that sentence real quick, just to thank Nuxis so much for becoming a member. Thank you, Nuxis. Appreciate you. All right, I will now undeny.
So
Okay.
the triune God is is probably the most difficult thing to explain to non-Christians, correct, Eli? The
It can
triune
be.
God. Yeah, because it's hard to describe the three persons in oneself.
I mean, it's not just that; it's that
To non-believers.
what it does is that it shows, like, if there was just one, there's a God operate. You have to also understand the Orthodox metaphysic of the monarchical Trinity, right? And
I just know the Catholic Trinity.
yeah, no, I'm not talking to you, Zach. I'm responding
Oh, okay,
to
my
somebody
bad.
who's not a Trinitarian. So
Go ahead.
there would be a spiration of kind of like from God as a source, as the font, and then in in the logos through the Spirit, these actions triadically move in a way that creates a metaphysical framework that justifies these categories in a very specific way. It implies the intentionality that God didn't need, have nothing to love, so he had to create and constantly create. It goes against Actus Purus. These are like really heavy
May I ask you
theological
something?
things.
No, we get it. We get it. The lore.
May I ask you
is
something?
very
Yeah, it is.
we get
If
it.
you want to call it
Well,
that.
let me ask you something.
Apostle and Nicene Creed pretty much sums it up for Christianity.
So we agree that Star Wars is a component of reality. Therefore, any sort of framework of questioning to test a truth value for Star Wars is also something that tests reality. How can we question your framework such that we can validate its truth statements?
How can we test my framework in order to validate its truth statements? I mean, so what we would do,
then we can figure out how it tells us about the nature of reality, right? So another way of putting this is like I can describe nature using multiple different conceptual frameworks, and they can all be valid even if they don't say the same thing. But that doesn't necessarily tell me which one solely describes the nature of reality, right?
No, but again, this is. Can you rephrase that question one more time?
Here, let me just
my
make
brain's going to
assumption
lose most
instead.
right now.
I'm just making this. You have a series of conceptual frameworks that may, in some sense, explain the nature of reality, but that doesn't bar out other conceptual frameworks that are equally as valid, as I've been demonstrating here with my spirit argument.
Well, no,
what are the valid
I don't
spirits
think
of your
that
argument?
I don't think it's equally as like again. So this is like relying on some kind of subjective truth mechanism by which to determine what is valid and what is not
the same
valid,
thing for
right?
you so far, though. So
what
how
are
do
the
I know that you're
valid
not doing
spirits of
that?
your argument?
How do I know you're not
Melanie?
doing that? But how do I know you're not doing that?
Well, because first of all, there has to be some type of element of universal truth in order for us to have knowledge at all. This is getting sort of into what I was talking to Def Not about, is that if we're like in order to make any kind of like when I say we have to use logic in order to prove that logic is logical, it's kind of an infinite regress into what makes something truthful, right?
So if I call something a cup, is that infinitely truthful? Is that a true, fully
if
true
you call
statement?
anything a cup?
Yeah.
Well, again, so this is great questions. It's like if it holds properties like the meat, like, so you can call anything you want, but the truthfulness of it is determined by a lot of these immaterial things that we use through logic to understand it. So like it would be illogical of me to call like a brick a cup. I could if I wanted to, but it's not going to if I tell somebody who understands the meaning of cup and I tell them to go get that cup over there and they just see a brick, the meaning wasn't wasn't conveyed based on the properties of the thing that we're talking about, right?
Well, hang on. That's just language, and language is basically
I know.
consensus.
It's
What does that have to do with anything?
right. Well, it's consensus, but also it's there's a set of information, right? And
God damn.
information is another one of these immaterial categories, right? This is another
sorry to
pearl on the
interrupt right in
string.
the middle. We're just gonna. I just want to thank Kazak real quick. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going. Thank you, Kazak. You guys carry on. We're having a good discussion. I appreciate it.
So, information is another one of these. Like, is the information accurate? This is all presupposing things that are immaterial and yet universal in nature. That, like, if you have information of what a cup is in your brain, and I have information of what a cup is in my brain, whenever we are talking about the same thing, there's like an implication that, like, we don't have two different. Oh man, my brain's really getting mush right now. But like,
too bad. Zach paid for another hour. You got to keep going.
Oh, I'm down, dude. I'm here for it, man. We'll do it. I'll probably be slurring my words by the end of it, but the information is not identified in a particular in the brain, is what I'm saying, and I don't believe it's floating out there in a realm like what Plato's talking about. The information is put into the nature of reality and the consistency
Well, that's
of
the
reality.
spirit of nature, like I'm talking about.
Sure, but I mean, I'm just talking about. I think that my epistemic justifications. I think I have an epistemic justification. I don't think that you do in your
But it
world.
seems like I could just use different words in a similar conceptual framework, and we get to the same conclusion, such that it's more about the framework itself than the actual lore that we put onto the framework.
Well, yeah,
Brian, quick question.
Yeah, go ahead. You have the floor. Hang on, Zach has the floor.
Okay.
I just want to say, Ryan, can you say Girth Brooks? Can you say Girth Brooks?
Sure, Girth Brooks.
That's my little brother. Okay, that's all I wanted to hear.
All good, yeah. Happy birthday, Girth Brooks.
Tell him he's ugly and stupid.
Kazak, I'm sorry, Girth Brooks, your brother thinks that you're ugly and stupid. I'm sorry I didn't say.
I thought it was his name for something else.
I watched you on the Raging Tomato the last 2 nights, and boy, did they abuse you for no reason, man.
Yeah, it's like now that I'm gone, you've become their punching bag.
I mean, I feel like you definitely got more of it. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, they let out the. Although the Death Note's been getting booted lately, in my she's been kind of a cushion.
Yeah, don't worry, it's transferring over to me. So
But don't worry, Death Note, you won't get banned like me because you're totally non-threatening. The problem with me is I'm 100% threatening.
Death Note, you got a big channel. I haven't followed or seen you at all. I mean, I see you on some of these channels, but you got your own channel that you.
Yeah, I do have my own channel. I've been mostly just making videos for like the past I guess 2 months. I just started YouTube, but I've only started joining panels like 3 days ago. So
conservative or liberal?
Lots of
neither.
Oh my gosh,
that's never true.
Yeah. Neither normally means liberal.
Like if anything, you could say that like on various topics you're one or the other, but you're definitely going to lean one way or another on any given topic.
I mean, sure, on different topics, I go in different, like, to the left or to the right. But generally, if you really need a label,
you're not like a partisan. You're not a loyalist. You don't take positions based on what your party takes.
I don't know. I'm far right.
If you really need a label, libertarian is like the closest one that I'll accept.
Yeah, but libertarians are cringe, so who wants to identify with those people?
I'm far right, and Brian actually let me on his channel, so I can't even hate.
I'm just
Eli's also a little far right.
The ideas they support basically is generally what I
fair enough. Yeah,
they're more right-leaning libertarians, if that's
Ryan's far boomerang. He's like wherever that tree is, that's where the boomerang's gonna land, right, Ryan?
Wait, what?
Eli.
That?
I was talking shit on you, Eli. I don't know. You weren't there, so I had to talk shit on you.
You ain't the first, you won't be the last.
No, I just want to say, I got one question. How did the the vocabulary that you guys had today. What the hell did you guys talk about?
Just philosophical concepts.
Oh yeah,
But
I've been doing this for 5 years. This is not my first rodeo.
I didn't ask you, Eli.
Oh,
so
okay, cool.
Damn.
I'm busting your balls.
Well,
I'm sorry.
You
So-
could have just said his name the first time, and I would have known, and then you wouldn't have had to do that.
Well, he
Wow.
was referring to the Raging Tomato panel, I think is what he
Yeah,
was getting
Raging
at.
Tomato.
Like,
But
'cause
Eli,
Corinth and
so
Eli
what-
had their debate, yeah.
Well, every time I'm online, Eli is online. Eli obviously has no life like I do. What are your preferred debates?
Oh, Christian versus atheist, traditionalist versus secular. That's pretty much
What was our debate? What was the topic of our debate?
That was
I don't remember.
morality,
Oh,
So
yeah.
I think in a way that was kind of I think that the entailment you'll eventually lead to with an objective morality is a theistic view, I think, but I do still think that somebody can subscribe to objective morality as an atheist and just, but that was a philosophical debate for sure. I would say.
Would you ever do a use of force debate?
I mean, yeah, I'll debate really any topic anybody throws at me. I'm just not really into like the ones I don't. It's easier to say I'll debate just about anything other than like super mainstream politics.
Oh, can I respond to
That's just
Newsis
not
real
my
quick?
thing.
Because there's an answer there.
So for the if we were going to use of force debate, if you support it, we can't really debate it because you support it.
Well, yeah, I mean, do I support? I don't.
Well, when I say
anybody
use
who
of
doesn't
force, I
support
mean
use of force.
I obviously
like force doctrine.
Well, I was talking about like white cops beating up black people. You want to debate that?
Right wingers and their force doc.
What?
That's a
Jesse Lee
joke.
Peterson.
That's a joke.
What?
This might be
No.
a conversation to have.
Hang on. Mel wanted to address Nuxus. Go ahead.
No, I was kidding.
No, I know, but I want to let Mel address Nuxus in the chat.
Go ahead.
So, because of the way that partisan democracy works, you can't have a liberal conservative. You can have a progressive conservative, though. Liberals and conservatives. Liberal, like in any party, you have in any democracy where there's two parties or more, there's always the liberal side and the conservative side, right?
Yes,
it's
sir.
the left versus the right. They're almost analogous for the most part, except for it shifts depending on where you are. It's
change versus traditional.
So, but you can have a progressive conservative where on certain issues they're progressive, usually social issues, and economically they're still conservative. That's usually how that manifests.
Well, I think right now, I mean, I'm maybe using the words a little bit different to how you guys are right now, but like I think we have an emergence of conservative liberals, which would be people who are really concerned with conserving the liberal structure that we.
No, that's just
we have in the United
neoliberalism.
States.
That's just
well, you might call it that. I don't think that's it because I fall into. I don't think I don't consider myself a neoliberal, but I do consider myself someone who cares about the Constitution, cares about the erosion of the Constitution, and the liberalism that has allowed for all of us to be comfortable enough to sit here and have this conversation. I don't want to see that destroyed.
That's called a conservative, right?
Well, no, I thought that was a classical.
No, it's not. It's not called a conservative. It is conservative relative.
Were markets first.
I thought it was classical liberalism.
No,
so tell me.
No.
I'm a liberal, but I care about the Constitution and what the rights say.
But that's a classical kind of liberal.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I'm conservative, I care about
like America, everyone is big L liberal. Conservatives are conserving the classical liberalism of the founding. Like that's the whole supposedly the point of it all.
So what am I?
Which
I don't know.
serves the white patriarchy, so that's why as a leftist I'm actually against it. But I don't want to argue that.
I believe that we have in theory we could modify the Constitution in ways that I don't know exactly what that would look like, but we could make amendments that would make it less of a white patriarchal society, which I also
in theory we could have
agree.
anarchy, but in practice we're not going to.
Well, I don't know. I think there are pragmatic steps to get closer, just like we've moved a lot of things.
I don't think it is pragmatic when you actually look at the dynamics of two-party systems.
Well, maybe. I mean, I don't know. People could have said the same thing about like ever getting civil rights in America, and we obviously made some progress with that. So I think we can make tiny steps, and we can fight. We can fight to lay the groundwork for people to be able to fight tomorrow.
Except conservative and neoliberals have come together to suppress dissent better than ever. So,
well, I guess we have a lot of work to do. Huh?
I just want to say, Common Good in chat has kind of nailed it.
I don't know.
Sure.
The left will get there too if access to education is too burdensome economically. No, I think education should be free. But I don't know. Does she mean within like the liberal conservative confine? Because of course, when you go far enough left, then it's more about doing things based on rights and egalitarianism. So I'm not fully sure what they mean.
I think once education becomes like as a cost too burdensome, what you're going to see is a reestablishment of an old paradigm where education was reserved simply for rich people.
So like neoliberalism, right?
Yeah,
I'd agree with but I wouldn't describe neoliberals as the left anymore.
Same. Yeah, I don't agree in from a traditional liberal sense, or even a
well, you know what I agree 20th
with century liberal sense.
With showing off my adorable little wiener here. He is so sweet, the best dog in the world. And there is actually, believe it or not, there is actually an emote. Oh, that's cute as yawn. There is an emote that shows a picture of him when he was just a little baby. It's called BB Umbreon, and you can use that emote by just getting a Radical Coder channel membership, or by gifting those memberships to others in the chat so that they can spam it with Baby Umbreons.
And he was actually that small. That was actually how small he was when he was that baby.
About 32 pixels, in fact. 32 by 32 pixels.
That is quite small.
How's everyone feeling?
So Eli,
he's the best dog.
I really want to nail this down to how does God explain the nature of reality better for someone like me? How am I supposed to believe that explains the nature of reality better than something like science, given that I can use science to predict weather patterns, stuff like that, and I can't use God to predict weather patterns?
There is absolutely no science does not explain the regularity that I'm talking about, that we all know to exist.
So we can explain
there's zero empirical
patterns
evidence for that
over tens of thousands of years. So I'm not sure what kind of regularity you could be referring to that actually exists.
I'm talking about how, so if you're saying that the past is going to be like the future, that is not verified empirically because you don't have empirical access to the past.
But and you can't say that either.
I know. I'm not saying that. I'm not making the empiricist argument.
So then believing in God hasn't given you any advantage over empiricism.
Yeah, I'm pointing out how empiricism is a failed concept. So what I'm saying is that there's actually ways that we can provide justification for things, that we can provide evidence for things that is outside of empiricism.
Well, what about the fact that we know that the sun isn't going to become a red giant within the next, few million years or so?
What?
Well, this is what I'm
how can we use God to understand the nature of the universe that way?
Again, I think that oftentimes people operate with a theistic worldview in mind to assume that it's like that the sun will come up tomorrow, right?
I think you're making that assumption because it's rhetorically expedient for you.
No, what I'm saying is that if we say that we don't know that the sun is going to come up tomorrow, then it's a form.
But how would God make us more certain about that? If anything, believing in God makes me believe that the sun might not come up tomorrow if God wills it.
Well, if the sun doesn't come up tomorrow, well, no man will know the time or date when the Son of Man will come back. So if the sun doesn't come up, then you better be ready for it. So what are you questioning Eli on?
What I'm talking
Well,
about
where
is
exactly can we use God to explain the nature of reality?
so again, this
nature of reality when it comes to Christ, the nature of reality. So, what is
But Christ
reality
isn't
to
reality,
you?
so that I need something that actually existed.
Yeah, that's Jesus. So go ahead, let's hear it.
I'm not sure. I actually haven't seen much proof he really existed.
Well, you don't want me to call you MC. So what did you say?
Well,
You said
you've been
Michelle?
citing Aristotle all night, and that's literally
There's plenty
like
of proof. Yeah, there's
no,
actually
there's more. There's
his own
more evidence
writings.
for Christ than there is for Aristotle.
Yeah. So MC,
There really isn't.
What?
There
Or
is.
you
I mean,
said-
the only
You
accounts
realize that
are
they would
just
write on stone tablets at that time still, and therefore we still have writings
right,
from
but it's
Aristotle.
just literally you're just taking someone's word for it, and no other
Can you
way
provide
different
me? Wait, can you provide me any writings directly from Jesus' hand?
Yes.
No, there isn't actually any writings from. It's all his followers, his students wrote about him.
Well, no, they didn't actually even publish anything either. It was.
Hey, MC, can you name the 12 apostles?
No. I'm
Zach,
not,
there's
I'm
something
not,
going on. I don't know what it is, Zach, but there's something going on with your mic. Like every time you start talking, it's like a womp, like right before.
I thought. Oh,
disconnect
geez.
him and-
Okay, so that's not gastrointestinal
No, it's not just
problems
you.
on
Yeah, I
my
don't know
end.
what's
Okay.
happening with that. I tried to. I don't know why it's doing that, but just so you're aware, yeah, it's a bit much.
Let me see. Let's see if I can fix it.
Yeah, while you're working on that, Melanie, can you name the apostles?
Oh no, I already said no. There's like Paul,
Okay. Well,
John,
there you go, Zach.
Luke.
Can you hear me, or is this still a womp?
We can hear you, but it still does that. Like there's still a womp like in the middle of it. I don't know what's going on there.
Chris.
Womp womp.
I'm trying to think of one that could be wrong, but I couldn't think of anything funny. No, I'm not claiming to have any of this memorized. I just want to hear from you, though. Like, where is something that describes the universe for us, or the nature of reality, take your pick, that we can't describe with science? Because
Is it still a womp?
Because you've pointed to like the mind, but as far as I can
No,
tell, we actually
I'm
can
not pointing
describe
to
the majority of functions of the mind with the
I'm
brain.
not pointing to the mind. I'm not.
So where is
I'm pointing to regularities. I'm pointing to regularities in nature
that can be explained with science?
No, it can't.
Like
you
what?
can't explain. You
I need
can't
an example.
explain the law of identity with science.
No,
Why
we
it
explained that
means
with language. We already explained that to you.
no, I know, but I'm talking about that particular regularity, dude.
Okay, what language does nature speak?
What?
What do you mean? What do you mean you can't? I'm sorry. What do you mean you can't explain the law of identity with science? Like I feel like do you mean because you use the law of it because we use the laws of logic like to do science?
No. It's that. It's the why. It's the why behind it. It's that.
I think you're good now, Zach.
This regularity exists, and reality does this thing. This is like you're basically saying there's no cause, but
aren't
there's
you presupposing the necessity of a why in that sense?
Right. That's
there's always going to be a how. Like that's what science is looking for, but
no, but it doesn't even explain how. It doesn't even explain.
It really does.
How? Then explain to me how the law of the science explains the law of identity.
So again, when humans
how matter comes to exist.
No, that it doesn't change. That the matter doesn't change into other matter.
Well, sometimes it does. That's actually That's nuclear matter does, right?
What?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like okay, so like there's states of matter, and but I mean, if that back to the can argument, right?
We can actually work back from nuclear
can
material.
has a regularity about it that it stays a can. Does it stay a can? Does it stay a can?
That's not nuclear material for the most
part. No, but I'm asking you a question.
I'm answering your question. That's not nuclear material. No fission is going on in decent enough quantities that within your lifetime that you will see a difference. Therefore, yes, it stays a can because there are no processes that can change its material in any other way unless you do something to change the can. Unless
I could say it could rust and it could become like a pile.
Can.
Yeah, but and then that could like things can decompose. But I'm talking about like that's a
and science
there's
can
an
explain
empirical
how.
effect on. Yes, but what I'm talking about is that things don't like the regularity that we're describing is that these like throughout this, if you were to observe the process of like decomposition or whatever, it's not becoming something unlike itself, something not A in that proposition, right? This is a regularity that we count on, but no matter how many times you use induction to say, well, I've tested this and observed this 100,000 times and it's consistent all the way through. That like what that's not showing is number one, how you come to know that even that testing is reliable. And because that ends up into a
Because it's
circular
repeatable.
position. Right, but what about it being repeatable makes it true?
Well, usually inductive logic is what we rely on up to like very high degrees of certainty. Where if we
but
can
I'm
keep
saying you're saying we rely on it. I'm asking why can you rely on inductive
here? So if I'm
reasoning?
going for a walk in the woods and I don't see bears, then it's pretty safe to assume, at least until I do, that I won't see bears. Now, if I see a bear, then the next time I go to walk in the woods, it would be safer to assume I will see a bear again, right? That's certainty.
Yeah,
Maybe,
but like
maybe not.
but you're relying on a cognitive function that you assume is giving
So
you
are
the
you.
right information.
You're relying on cognitive functions to say A is not A.
No, what I'm saying is, so this is the problem with your view, is that you're filtering everything. You're the one that's pointing to the mind as the sole rationale for these things.
Well,
I'm saying the mind is
from?
picking up on things in nature.
Where else does this statement A is not A come from?
Again, if all humans were gone, it would all the things would, like, your mind isn't the causality for this truth.
I agree.
Well, then if you agree, then you can't use your mind to say that this is where I'm getting the truth statement from.
Things would exist, but they certainly wouldn't have the same identities because they wouldn't have the identities we're putting on them, right?
Well, yeah, again, that's where I'm talking about the difference between language and like social concepts, and
That's
then
why I'm trying to tell you that the
concepts
laws
that
of
are
logic are laws of language.
So are there
laws
divine?
No, they're not laws. What are laws of language?
Logic.
No,
Logic
explain
the
laws of language to me.
I think
what
you're
what
fundamentally
laws do language abide by, effigy?
you
The
understand,
laws of logic kind of are laws of language, I think, is what's being said.
No.
So, for
Because this is
example-
getting away from what everybody else has been like. Every other position I hear is that it's
Just so
describing
we
a
can-
pattern
yes.
in reality. Now
So
he's
we
saying
can
it
keep
describes
things
a
on
pattern
track.
in language.
That's it.
That doesn't make any sense.
If we were able to disappear, the things wouldn't
To be
change.
fair, I
But
said are like laws of language. So
to be clear, if we disappeared, things wouldn't necessarily change, because I agree with you. We're not the causality, the source of causality, but there would be no A anymore. There would be no such thing as A, so there would be no such thing as not A. Therefore, there's no logic.
No, but
to
the
happen in between
referent
it.
that A is picking out is what I'm talking about. Would
comes
still
from
be
our
there.
mind.
Hey.
It's in your head. It's in your mind.
So the can is in my mind.
The way that you see the can,
If
instead
I
of
see a
being
big can
molecules,
one more time tonight,
light waves, the way that you see a can is simply more than just molecules and light waves reflecting off of it, is something conjured by your mind. Otherwise, it is just molecules. It is just light waves bouncing off of it. It's how it interacts with the air. It's its temperature.
Okay, so the can's like the can is not dependent on our minds. The can exists.
You're right. The
Our
concept of the can
perception through our
is
physical faculties.
the concept
not-
of the can is
Right. Yeah, but that does not
But it's
take
not
the properties
one law
away
that's
from the
making it
can.
exist in that state, though. It's many physical laws that are putting it in that position.
yeah, holy fuck ass.
And so, in order to describe those physical laws without saying any of it, we call it a can.
Holy shit.
Yeah, but you keep saying those physical laws. Well, what makes it a law?
Eli, you're more intelligent to bullshit with this stuff.
Because we're able to use it to describe the nature of reality. So,
No,
when,
you
for example,
just
the
cited the
photoelectric
law.
effect.
No. Now you've switched it up, because we were talking about if there was no people, and then you were talking about laws, and now the laws are somehow dependent on us.
because the laws of nature and the laws of logic are two different things.
Say that one more time. I'm sorry,
The
I'm getting
laws of
really tired.
The laws of nature,
I think
laws
we're
of
all kind of
physics,
passing out now.
laws of physics, or even the laws of metaphysics, and the laws of logic are two different things.
Right, but you can't divorce them.
No, you can. Specifically,
No.
one is semantic, and one
No, it's not semantic.
one is not contingent on semantics at all.
If they're
Laws of
semantic, then they
logic-
don't.
As
no.
remember what I pointed out earlier. If you have infinite permutations available, you can make anything sound logical, and you agreed with that. Therefore, it is semantic and it is contingent on
Okay,
language.
so even beyond logic, we're talking about truth now. Okay.
Sure.
So what makes something true? Does our minds make things true, or does truth exist absent the human mind?
It's absent of human mind.
Oh, okay. So then, if logic is necessary in order to,
It's contingent, though, right? If something is true, it's contingent on what we're saying. So the truth
no, but
value of what I'm
if
saying.
if it's true, is it
Truth
logical?
Is just a description.
If it's true, is it logical?
Effigy, you got a badass fucking picture.
That depends if you're describing a logical truth or a descriptive truth.
No, any truth.
Not all
MC
logical
Are you saying there's
truth
truth that's not
No.
logical?
Not all logical truths describe real world truths.
I'm talking about just.
Vacuous logic is a very good example of that.
I'm asking you, is there okay? Can you give me an example of something that is true and illogical?
Do you mind if I look it up? Just because right
Yeah,
off the cuff, I can't.
Yeah, look it up
for it.
in good time. While you look it up, Eli, you're debating someone that's MC, and they yelled at me and said, "Call me Melanie." I don't know what the fuck they
No, I didn't.
You can. They didn't yell at you, and they said they.
Why
could,
did you
or not about the
scream
Melanie
at
thing.
Zach? I was there.
Why
I heard
can't
you verbally
I mean,
berate
you
him?
can call her Melanie. It's
I was so offended. Yes, why did you abuse me, Melanie?
Okay, so for example, you could say all pigs in the sky are purple.
No, I said Melanie, not a guy. Who's
me.
this?
Eli. I'm talking to Eli. Eli, you
drunk.
could say all pigs in the sky are purple, and since that's true based on vacuous logic, since there are no pigs in the sky, that it is true that all pigs in the sky are purple.
Dude, it's if you say all pigs in the sky are purple and there's no pigs in the sky, then there's no pigs in the sky, so it's not true.
No, that's not how vacuous logic works. It's true because there are no pigs in the sky. No pigs.
Before we figure out where the pigs are in the sky,
So
we have
again,
to
in
stop
order
and
to
ask-
contend with
hang
my
on, Eli.
very-
Hang on, Eli. Grendy sends a $5 super chat for Zach. It says, "Can you name the 12 apostles?" Zach, defend yourself.
Ooh, okay, let's hear it. We got Simon, Peter, John, Matthew, Simon the Zealot.
Is there 2 sevens? I don't know.
That's 5.
Uh-oh.
Then you had another John, Judas. Yeah, another Judas. I'm stuck at 8. You got me, girl.
Uncle Fatty said Mary.
No, I couldn't. No, Mary's not identified as one of the 12 apostles. But
Yeah, no, that's why I thought it was funny.
it's hard, man. I think there's
Did you name
Thomas.
Matthew,
I
Mark,
think
or
Thomas.
Simon,
I think
Peter,
there's
Andrew,
Also, your mic
James,
is-
John,
your mic is still doing
Ryan,
the thing.
and Eli, and
Death Knight, are you falling asleep?
It kind of sounds like every time he talks, there's like a fart.
Yeah. That's
Or
what
it's
it
a
is.
pig
You like-
or maybe that's the purple pigs in the sky.
It's like a honk.
it's
Literally, it is.
probably me actually farting.
No, it
It's not a big deal.
Maybe, but it is a little disturbing. I feel like it's gonna.
It just means you talk from your diaphragm a lot.
Also, what's up, Paige?
But yeah, I'm a little tired.
Okay, yeah, you guys
But
don't
the
feel
farting woke
obligated
me
to
up,
stay here. But I appreciate it though. I love having you all here. This is a fun conversation. I still
Ryan,
energy,
don't
so
tell me
whoever
I fart a lot when I paid a lot.
you can fart. Hey, you can fart just like maybe mute yourself when you're farting so much. You know, it's a bit But I mean, hey, you did fund the stream a lot tonight, so maybe I guess you reserve your right to fart to my audience.
I'm busting your balls, man. I'm kidding.
I'm just fucking with you too. We're good.
I just want to argue with
Thaddeus, my mom straight up said to me, by the way, I was going to name you Thaddeus, by the way. And everyone would have called you Thad. And I think she was making fun of me or being like, you better be grateful. I couldn't tell.
I was going to be an Anthony.
I could see you being a Thaddeus, Ryan.
A Thaddeus? I don't
Yeah.
know about all that. I think I make a great Ryan. In fact, I think I make the best Ryan, the number one Ryan.
Actually, I'm going to start misnaming you now and calling you Thaddeus. It's more of a nickname. Anyways, nice talking, Eli.
Yeah.
Oh, are you leaving?
No, I was just.
Yeah, it's been a good conversation. Sorry, I'm pretty much brain dead. Shoot, I don't even want to think about how long I've been talking about this stuff.
Yeah, you've been going for for like 10 hours, right? 9 hours. So
I've been within the toxic culture. I legitimately feel like if I go to bed, they're like, "Oh, he's running."
Yeah, we're. I might meme about it here, but no, we don't. It's
just like a voice in my head.
Quit.
Yeah,
exactly. Not the rage quit.
Appeal to sleep fallacy.
Eli, if you sleep, me and my family will not sleep because we're like, what is Eli doing? Oh, he's not asleep? We can't do it.
Yeah, me and my family. To argue is that there's no truth value to that statement.
Well, so from what I'm reading about vacuous logic, this is an interesting point. So it has a false antecedent. If implication A, then B. The statement is true. The statement is true if A is false, regardless of the truth value of B. This is because the statement never makes a false claim. It only states what would happen if the premise were true. So there's implications in here that there's a falsifiability factor within this. So I mean, this is like what I was pointing out is that we're reaching for this like one instance, but even all of this as a logical entailment implies that vacuous truth has truth to it. You're still not disproving that there's a truth that isn't followed by a logical premise.
But it's saying that something that doesn't exist and can't exist is still true logically. Thus showing that something that is logically true may not be true in terms of reality.
No, yeah, but that's so the whole what I'm talking about is like true in like I'm talking about like more hard truths. I mean, I'm not talking about vacuous truths. I really don't. I don't know enough about that.
You're not using the entirety of logic, and I think you're cherry picking at this point.
Speaking of hard truths, I know. So Zach did give 50 before before the last goal ended. So I think we have a little bit more time after this, but we are approaching the end of this goal. So I think we have like 10 to 20 minutes after this one based on Zach's donation. But if we don't
20
get more donos, 20 minutes, I think.
Yeah. If it's based on mine, I'll say 20.
Oh, well, there we go. 20 more minutes after after this timer goes down. But if we don't get, I'm going to start another goal for, I guess, 20 minutes after that. But if we don't reach, and this one we did not reach. So,
right, I just want to beat you up because of your abortion topics the last 3 days.
Do you want to talk about abortion? We can talk.
Oh my God! No.
Yeah.
No. I you know what? I'm conservative. I respect and I like Ryan as well as Sarah. But goddamn, did Ryan? You guys gave him a hard time, Eli.
Oh yeah, it gets heated.
I'm trying to give Eli a hard time right now, and you're making it too difficult for me.
This is far
everyone
easier
did
than Corinth, so I mean
there was a lot of I think it's I understand the topic is like heated, like there are the stakes are high, right? But I also find the topic like extremely I think it's a really horrifying thing what's happening to people who are being forced to carry pregnancy.
But right, you're in a corner and you defend yourself, and you had so many people just. I don't care what you say, Ryan. You're a piece of shit, and why do you think that? And I'm just like, I'm pro-life personally. I'm pro-life, and I'm like, get this. It's Ryan, man. Like give him a break.
Well,
And then he got Eli. Eli's like, Ryan, I hope you die in a car accident, you motherfucker. I'm gonna
I
debate
never said
someone.
that. I never took it that
You're
far.
ontologically evil. Nothing wrong can happen to you.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
I just want to say about,
I'm
and I don't
busting
want
your
to go
balls,
down that.
Eli.
Yeah, no, I know. I don't want to go down the road of like starting that debate over. But what I do
No,
want
we
to
won't,
say
we
is that
won't.
any form of me getting heated, I just like, and someone might disagree with this, whatever. I'm not pearl clutching in the sense of like, I can't believe the abomination I'm hearing. I'm coming from more of like a let's follow a logic train that I see the conclusion of. And then when it's not getting there, I get frustrated. Like, well, I want you to see where I'm going with this. That's where the frustration really comes from. It's not like like pearl clutching kind of thing as much as just
No.
like do not
You're-
see the entailments. But
you're
I'm just pointing that out. I try not to pearl clutch at least.
No, you're professional act, just like honestly, Ryan and Corinth. I don't know if Corinth is still on stream, but yeah, you, Ryan, Corinth, F.G. He's been fucking everywhere. I don't know Melanie, and then the girl on the bottom left. She's actually pretty legit because she's been a lot too. But
So,
anyways, can I continue my argument?
yeah, well, yeah, real quick, I just want to say that, like,
Okay,
I even this whole vacuous argument thing is still pointing to truth and logic, like, not being
No, it's
divorceable.
definitely not.
It's a
Do you know about the
logical
four,
premise.
you know about
you
the
know?
four categorical propositions?
4 categorical propositions. Lay them on me.
Yes. So positive of or affirmative and universal, negative universal, positive or affirmative particulate, negative particulate. Basically saying, and you can actually draw the relationships between these things. The reason I'm bringing it up because it was talking about the antecedent there, and what it's saying is that something that shouldn't be true, if we actually are testing this in terms of like premise plus premise equals conclusion, still ends up being logically true according to syllogisms. And so it's the issue with that is that if you believe logic corresponds one-to-one with the universe, then you also believe vacuous logic explains the universe for us. That
Yeah, I think that logic like helps us explain, helps us find truth. But what I'm getting at, this is the point that you're not going to find some kind of logical argument that goes against the argument I'm making, because my argument is metalogical. This is what is not. I don't know why
I think you're
it's
trying
not
to have
being
one,
understood.
but you
No,
don't actually.
it's literally what I'm doing. It's talking about the conditions for logic.
Then how is someone like Thomas Aquinas able to use the logic you're supposedly using as well to question the existence of God?
You can't question the existence of logic without using logic, dude.
Well, no, because the existence of logic does not presuppose God, so you actually can.
Don't call him, dude.
No, I again, you're saying this, but you're still not contending with my argument. Like, just pointing out different things within logic, you're now going outside. You're trying to use a logical argument. No, but I'm pointing to a metalogical. I'm making a metalogical, transcendental argument.
I think you're.
And you keep wanting to go into first. You keep wanting to go into like a classical argumentation that's not addressing the transcendental argumentation. This is what you're not understanding.
But then you're not using a logic that we actually use.
I'm talking about how you get logic. How do you get it? How do you account for it?
I don't know. Tell me, layman terms. How do you do logic?
How you account for logic?
So semantically, if I hand you a carrot,
what's semantic?
With words.
If I hand you a carrot, you're expecting what? An orange thing you can eat, taste a certain way.
Yes, a carrot. Yeah.
If I hand you something that's orange and has all those properties, but then I call it an apple,
I'm going to call you out and be like, this is a carrot.
And that's because of logic. That's because A cannot be A. However,
so
what if you just didn't know that some apples tend to be orange, long, and have green stuff out of the end? What if you just didn't know that?
People wouldn't eat it. It's not accepted.
this is at this is like talking about like taxonomy almost, like how we classify things.
You can do this with anything. Well, the cup. What if you didn't? What if someone hands you a cup?
I know, but cups and like
cups and bowls, right? Cups and bowls,
right? Cups and bowls are created by humans,
and someone
and we
hands
give
you
them names.
Someone hands you a cup. Would you know that that's not the same thing as a bowl, or would you think it's just a different type of bowl?
Again, this is a hot dog a sandwich thing. It doesn't matter what you call it.
But this is why we created logic. This is the formal.
We didn't
cause.
create logic.
No, wait, that's not. Yeah, no, this is.
Do you believe we created logic?
Who's we?
This is the efficient cause of logic. Yes,
I think.
Do you think that humans created logic?
I do.
We definitely did, because you need language to even use it.
Okay, so if we created the law of identity, then we can change it.
I'm not arguing with Eli right now, Melanie. What the fuck does that mean?
What? I think he's saying I'm like super tired. Maybe that's what he's saying. I don't know.
So can you repeat your question?
I'm here.
I got distracted.
If we created logic, then why can't we? Let's say the law of identity, right? Then why can't we change it if we as humans?
No, you can choose not to use it. You can sit there and use words and not use their meaning.
Now, I know, but that's not changing the referent.
I can call an apple
that's
a
not changing the referent. It doesn't change the referent.
But I have answered that we do.
If only there was a female on the panel.
I mean, she can pipe in when she speak up. I forget your name.
Actually, the bowls and the cups is interesting because I have a parrot and I've been teaching him words about like what do you call a cup and what do you call a bowl, and it makes you really think about language and how something that's basically really similar, like what is really different about a cup and a bowl. They're both stuff you put into, but like for a bird, he doesn't know like cups are for like drinking certain things. He doesn't know like the difference between liquids you put into. He just like sees the shapes of it, and to him like a cup and a bowl is the same thing. Like he can't.
Holy shit!
He calls cups bowls, and he calls bowls cups. And I think of them as different things. So yeah, it's kind of interesting.
Am I the only one that just heard cup bowls, female cup bowls?
Well, she's saying that like first of all, like the difference between a cup and a bowl is I mean it's a little bit like
something about a bird and then cup
like,
bowls.
A bird doesn't discern between these things because it just sees water in a container and it's just like, oh hell yeah, water. Like it doesn't matter. It doesn't think about the width.
I love that you did the pecking motion. Like hell yeah, water.
But Def Not. Whenever whenever you're talking about cups and bowls and you're teaching them these words, but then in your sentence you say, "Oh, you said them has a referent." You know that referent is what you're talking about because that referent has an identity, right?
Sure.
Okay, this is not contingent on our creation. This is not contingent on our language. The referent is still the referent.
Remember when you agreed that we can take something that's illogical, then use a different set of permutation of language to make it seem logical.
No, it all depends on the permutation of language.
No, that's not. So that's not what I meant. What I meant by saying that just because something is logical,
reference only exists because we interact with things with senses, because we can't see the atoms that it's made up of.
Right, that's us interacting with
we create
reality.
The reference. We create the reference. It's in your head.
No, you didn't create the thing. You did not create the referent, dude.
Yes, we did. We decided that the rock starts here and the ground ends there, and the ground starts here and the rock ends there.
No, you didn't. You didn't create the ground. You didn't create the rock, dude.
No one's claiming that. We created the categories that distinguish rock from ground.
No, you didn't.
Yes, we did.
That's what I'm saying. No, you didn't. Yes, you identified them. You identified them.
Don't talk to Michelle like that.
Hang on. Let me chime in for a second. I think that like what's being said is that the process of identifying them is creating the category. Like that's what I was like getting at initially.
No, because the fact that you can identify them presupposes that there's something to identify.
Not necessarily.
Show your face, Michelle.
What?
MC. Show it.
Look. If there's, it's as everybody says, right? It's describing a reality. Okay, this reality is full of objects. Okay, and the categories between the objects, we identify these categories and we give them names, but the name is not identical to the referent. We don't create the referent.
So
yeah, I agree, but the name is a referent itself to a list of properties that we identify with regards to the object.
List of properties, right? So what makes these properties properties?
The laws of physics.
Yeah, yeah, I guess it depends. Like, what do you mean? What makes them
Financial
properties?
institutions?
I'm talking about. This is what I mean by the law of identity. That the thing is a thing. This is a goings on that we identify. It's being.
The only thing that's not a reference that humans have ever described is a datum, and any datum is not something that you can.
This is like. I really don't want to turn this into like a heated thing, but this is like, you could accuse me of cherry picking, but it's like, I feel like you're going into all corners of the created world in order to try to find something that's not what I'm talking about. Whereas what I'm talking about is meta to the entire reality.
Yeah, Eli, what is meta mean?
Something that we
and the meta,
Eli,
the meta is written in your mind, dude. That's all we're telling you.
Eli, what does meta mean?
I think that kind of is the case, yeah.
Well, no, dude. What I'm saying is that this is you guys. What you guys view your world, where your worldview differs from mine, is that the just is of it. This is what I'm positing into question. Is that there's like is that we're working from the just is down. And I'm saying that there is, when we're picking out law of identity as a law, that the law is almost in a way a higher order. It just is because of the nature by which it is, right?
Elaborate the just is with
sorry, I'm so like, what I'm saying is,
all three of the laws of logic are very much just is.
Are you sure you're not just doing? Are you sure you're not doing a just so fallacy?
No, that's what I'm saying. I think that what is a just so fallacy? Because I would almost think, if it's the way I understand what it sounds like, I think that's what I'm saying you guys are doing. But explain, what's a just so fallacy?
No, I just want to know
the just so story is an untestable narrative explanation for cultural practice, biological trait, or human behavior of other animals. So not totally what you're doing, but I think when you're describing a meta, I think you're having an untestable narrative. There's no way we can test this, right?
Right, exactly. That's that. So yeah,
but
that's
here,
my whole fucking point.
That's why my truth statement that everything is spirit is equally as valid, because there's no way to test that either.
Well, Michigan, I don't know. What are you saying?
So whenever
Eli?
you say everything, so now we've brought in metaphysics here that you can't justify. So if you want to use that and you want to say spirit, okay, but I've made justifications that you haven't. I mean, you can do your little giggle. But
hang on. All right. Let's pull back for a second. I want to talk about this phrase justification. Like, yeah, does God require justification?
Yes.
No. I would.
Then why can't hang on, Zach? Hang on, real quick, Zach. Eli, if God doesn't require justification, why do the laws of logic or math or morals have to require justification?
Because we can justify them.
What if we can't? What if
that's what I'm calling into question. That's what my argument is doing, is making a justification for the laws of logic.
That's not very Eastern Orthodox of you.
Well, no, you're also making an assertion that we can call these things into question and not God, but you're not explaining why that is
because it's in the paradigm. Because in the metaphysical paradigm, there would be no
realm.
So, hey Ryan,
oh my God, you're not. You don't even know what you're talking about when you say that. You don't even know what you're talking about. I'm not calling God a platonic realm. Because
you're just describing a platonic realm when you try to describe God.
Dude, you're asserting that, and you don't know what you didn't even know it was called realm until I told you about it.
Eli, don't talk to Monica like that.
You called it a form, which isn't even the same thing. A realm doesn't have intentionality. A realm doesn't have creative faculties. A realm doesn't impose its ideas into the created order. There's so much more to my metaphysic than a platonic
But
realm.
neither does what you're
So-
describing. The only things that does anything that you said are the laws of physics and nature
Brian,
itself.
reinstate your question.
Holy shit, dude. Okay, one thing at a time. Do you take back that that when I describe God, I'm describing a platonic realm?
No, everything you've described, including the literal ways that Plato described his own realm, fit into what you said.
Did Plato think that the platonic realms are the creators of the universe?
Yes.
Eli, don't confirm
No.
to someone
Are
who's
you
a man
serious?
whose name is Monica.
Yeah, type away.
Hey,
Type
Zach, chill
away.
with that. I
Don't be
appreciate
too
what you've
mad,
done for the
dude.
channel tonight, but I don't put up with that shit here, so I don't appreciate it.
I won't
So
do it again. I'm sorry.
the eternity of the Platonic realms necessitates that we had to come that it had to come before us, right?
Say that again.
If something came before us, wait, it doesn't. It's not even like that.
Where does Plato say that the realms came before us?
The fact that they're eternal.
Okay, but I'm asking you, did Plato believe that the realms created the universe? Which he didn't believe that. I can answer it for you.
I'm not going to take your word for now.
Actually, in his myth of the demiurge in Timaeus, he described a godlike craftsman shaping pre-existing eternal matter, using the perfect forms to create the physical imperfect universe. So he used the forms. Yes, he used the platonic forms, the universal categories that I'm talking about. So yeah, he's pointing to a very, very similar structure to what I'm pointing to. So his beliefs align
and as
even closer to the argument that I'm making.
But as Aquinas pointed out, if these are things that cannot actually understandably interact with our universe, then how can they possibly?
The whole time I've been pointing how these things, how logic interacts with us. You're the one saying that we create.
Logic doesn't create any force. Logic does not create any force.
Okay, so the properties of the object that we describe, when we describe properties in order to create the law of identity, those properties aren't reacting with us.
All right, pause. Kazak donated $20 to do man versus bear. So, what do we think women would rather? Assuming this is what he's referencing, Zach, you can clarify if you're not. But is this the question of would a woman rather run into a man or a bear in the woods? Go ahead, Def Not first.
Well, I can't remember if it was in context to Eli. I just want to fuck with Eli a little bit.
That's cool, man. You're doing a good job.
Everything
Everything you set out to do, you've accomplished.
Yeah, you're really good at derailing things. You're great at derailing things.
We love derailing here.
So Eli, you're in the woods.
Oh, never mind.
If you run into a man or a bear, who do you want to run into?
The man.
Why?
The bear is less predictable.
The bear doesn't have a gun.
How about a woman or a bear?
Ooh, a woman.
Okay, Mrs. Join the conversation. Me and you are in the woods. What are you gonna do?
Who, me?
Yes.
Hey, if the man is you, I would pick the bear. I'll say that much.
So I've heard a lot of people talk about this, and one argument that I heard is that actually bears are in many ways more predictable because they have certain patterns of behavior and they react to certain stimuli more consistently than humans necessarily do. And so if you know how to engage with a bear to get them to run away or to flee or to be able to dodge and escape from them, if you're a woman and you understand that stuff, then you would potentially be safer in that case.
Yeah, maybe
I
misspoke. It's like the bear is predictably more violent. Maybe it would
also
be a better
bears
way
can't
to say
shoot guns, at least not on
That's
purpose.
also true.
You're right.
Now,
They
if it's a
can't
black
shoot guns,
bear,
but they can bite the fuck out of your hand.
From experience,
So I
black
can bite
bears
the fuck out of
actually
your
are not
hand, too.
that bad. They kind of act like they're really
You're probably
docile.
right.
The brown ones are the ones you want to stay away from, but the black bears are they're pretty docile actually.
Well, I can't believe
I've been camping up in the Shenandoah. I walked out of my tent and there was like 2 baby black bears in the tree above me, which I was like, oh, babies, there's a mom. So I just like went for a walk, came back, they were gone. That was pretty cool.
Well, this was awkward timing because I was about to hit Ryan with another super chat because I just can't control myself.
Yeah, this might be,
Well,
this might be
look,
some
don't
unhealthy behavior we're witnessing here.
just make sure that you are not spending money you don't have. Look, I'm happy to have you throw your money at me, but just make sure you like look out for yourself.
Make
all
sure
right.
ethical.
Oh damn!
We
Now
want
you
it to be
think about
ethical.
it, I guess.
But also, I'm a little curious. I don't know why the goal number didn't go up when you donated that. So I'm gonna have to investigate that. But yeah, nonetheless, if you can afford it, give me your fucking money, dog. Anytime you want, I will take it. So, but
Well, it's you and Sarah, man. That's pretty much it. I was doing the Crucible thing for a while, but I looked at his videos. He took everything off, and I'm just like, how do I know what he's doing? You
Well, you
know?
took everything off.
What do you do for a living, old boy?
What is Sussy Baka?
If you don't mind me asking.
What do I do?
Yeah.
Oh, I sell. You ever heard
Propane and propane accessories?
of? Ryan knows what I do. Tell him what I do, Ryan.
do I?
No,
Yeah,
what
I
is
said-
it? What do you sell? What do you sell?
You sell dildos.
No, I'm a
That's Rabbi
federal
Shmuley.
CO.
Oh, General C. What?
Corrections officer?
Yes.
Oh, right. Okay, yeah, I do remember
Oh.
you telling me that. Yeah.
Man, you got that. That tracks. That tracks. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Good for you.
It's a good job. It pays well. I tell you what, the Fed versus the state, because I work for the state too. If you have a family member that's going to do time, do the Fed time.
Right. Well, let me ask you this, and I'm not
Based on
trying.
your
You don't
behavior
have to
tonight, I will
implicate
say this
yourself
much.
or anything,
Can I
but
just
real
say
Go
quick.
ahead,
something?
Eli.
Well, no, like, because I think you're probably a good person or whatever, but I've got some family members that spend a lot of time in prison, and they all say like, oh man, the guards are in on everything. They know about the goings on. They'll look the other way. You can bribe them out. They're just as corrupt as any of the criminals. Is there any truth to that? Is there kind of like goings on that I'm not saying you specifically, but like
No. I'll tell you this straight up. If I have to go home and I leave a shift to my relief that's gonna work the shift after me, I'm not gonna leave him anything. But
Gotcha.
Yeah.
It varies by guard to answer your
there's a lot
question,
of
Eli.
things that people leave over for the other officers.
But
But-
Kazak, I will say this much: based on how you've interacted with me as a trans person, I hope you're never allowed to interact with trans people at your job.
Oh, I have before, and they actually come up to me versus other people. So thank you.
That's weird because you must have misgendered them. So,
Well, if they're in a male prison, they're a male.
so in other words, it's essentially some sort of Munchausen syndrome. Cool.
No, if they're a
What's
male
the other
that-
thing for abusers? For victims of abusers, I'm forgetting the word for it.
If they're an inmate that identifies as a male, they're in a male prison. Period.
Oh, okay. If so, it would be their identity. Okay, I misunderstood. I thought you were making like a biological essentialist claim.
No, I don't know anything about biological. As far as I know, if I have an inmate who has a dick and they want to say they have a pussy, but they say that they're a female, it don't work.
Okay, fair enough. That's pretty based.
Cosmic Fox, shut the hell up, man. I would love to talk to you again.
Yeah, I'd like to talk to you when you're sober.
Yeah, I think that would be good. I think Zach, I think you're a good dude, but there's been a couple times tonight where I've been like, look, if you hadn't been throwing me money, I would have been a little bit harsher on you, but I still don't like some of the, like the I don't like the actively misgendering people. I think it's really rude, and I understand that like people are less deep in I don't know. Like,
Well, the
people
only
have
person
less
that I misgendered was Cosmic
was Mel.
Fox, right?
Yeah. But I don't.
I feel like it was
I
on
it doesn't.
purpose.
Huh?
Yeah, if you're doing it on purpose, when people do it on purpose, that's why I don't like.
Yeah, it
It doesn't
didn't
matter
seem
if it's
like
one
it
person or
was on
20 people.
purpose.
It
I
was.
I think it was a couple times. Yeah,
Especially
was.
also misnaming me afterwards was kind of a weird add-on to that. Just like weird taunts.
Fair enough, Ryan. Fair enough. I didn't mean nothing, but I'm sorry.
I know. And look, I think this is a topic that like a lot of people are relatively uneducated about, and I think it's very normalized to engage in that kind of behavior, which is why I just want to in my channel in my space. I'm gonna put my foot down about it, but I understand outside of that I don't really have too much control.
Hey,
But.
it's you and Sarah. That's all I talked. What's Andrew? Andrew had a live stream tonight, and well, I stuck with the Sarah.
Yeah, those two
with
care a lot
Mr.
less about
Eli.
it than I do.
Yeah.
I make videos too, but if you like Andrew's stuff, you probably won't like mine.
Who?
I think it's worth checking out. Even Def Not. Yeah, go
My
ahead.
videos.
Haven't.
Oh,
I
well,
haven't
I
seen a link to
criticize a
your
lot of
channel,
Andrew's
so-
commentary.
I will. I'm gonna post it in the YouTube chat again right now. Highly
well, yeah.
recommend. Go give her a sub.
I mean, Def Not. I don't know. Would you ever welcome me on your channel? I guess I am a little
Sure.
rude. I don't mean that.
I don't really mind. If you're not like purposely trying to be mean, I don't think it's a big deal.
No,
but
I
it
didn't.
wasn't
I didn't,
against me, so it's not up to me. So
Yeah, and
So
with
Grendy with
Cosmic
the
Fox, I don't mean nothing.
Grendy with a $5 super chat says, Zach, top off your drink and chug it, then donate more so this can keep going. Eli, you're doing the Lord's work. You don't have to do that, Zach. The donating we would appreciate, but you don't have to give yourself alcohol poisoning on Grendy's behalf. But thank you, Grendy, for the $5.
I feel like this. I feel like this
Hold
Grendy
on.
character is playing both sides. Before he was kind of making fun of Eli. Now he's hyping him up. Like, what's going on here? It's like a psyop.
Alcohol poisoning. It takes a lot more than a bottle or two.
It's not
I'm
a
sorry.
challenge. Not a challenge. I'm just saying, take care of yourself. Take care of your liver. All right. I need that liver to be functioning so you can keep bringing me money. All right.
Melanie, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. I legit.
Oh no, I'm not.
I can't see your face.
I'm beyond used to it. I'm beyond used to it.
I was probably more offended by it than Melanie, to be honest. But I'm trying to foster a space where that's not like normal.
What does bother me? It just bothers me on principles that you might be handling trans people based on you doing that. But I can admit I don't know what you do there. It's just that based on that.
Yeah, I'm a douchebag. I'm sorry.
Well, don't be like that towards your trans prisoners, and you're fine. That's just the only thing I'm worried about.
Touche. Fair enough. Deal.
Good talk, guys. So, where do we go now? It seems like Eli stepped away for a moment.
Remember that one time when Brian added me and I.
Didn't you join from Kel? From Kel, or were you like you were trying to join?
You remember?
Kel's panel?
You remember that?
Yeah. You were trying to join Kel's panel for a while, and I think you couldn't get in or whatever, and then or whatever panel Kel was on, something like that.
And then you sent me the what is it called? The
StreamYard.
StreamYard.
Yeah, the StreamYard. Yeah, both. Yeah, Kel's great. We love Kel.
Shit fired.
God damn it.
Welcome back, Eli.
Last one.
Touche. Let's do the last one.
I'm gonna go fill up my water. But, let's see.
Yeah.
Mel, you're in charge.
Oh no. Oh,
Eli, you got one job, and that's to make me look better than what I did. So.
Oh man.
Burn everybody here.
Well,
I'm kidding.
All right.
Def Not.
So Eli, out of all the people that you've debated in the open panel after your main debate and on this panel, who's like the main person you want to have a follow-up debate with?
Oh, I mean, I'd like to. I would probably like to do a round 2 with Corinth, just not anytime soon. I'm totally willing to admit that I need to be way more prepared than I was, which is sad because it's not that I didn't try. Like I really did, try to brush up on the some of the technicalities. But I really enjoy debating with people that I think are challenging. I enjoy the some of the low hanging fruit and like dunking on people. I knew it wouldn't be that way with Corinth. I didn't go into that thinking like I'm gonna catch a dub. This is going to be like, I knew it was going to be an uphill battle for sure. And it was a bit more so than I thought it was. However, like I said, I'm not necessarily conceding an L because I don't think that he satisfied the justification of his side of the prompt. But I did feel like I got into positions where like all week long, I thought I had all of my bases covered. And I definitely didn't research enough about monism, even knowing that he was a neutral monist. I underestimated that. I figured he really wouldn't bring that up very much. And that was actually, he really did show out for it. So in that way, I was caught off guard. But I would love to do a round two, just when I have a lot more time to actually really understand technical philosophy, not just my dumb hillbilly best limited understanding of it.
You held your own though well.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yeah, you did, but he held his as well. But
it was great. It was great.
Yeah.
Like basically, here's what I mean is like, so that guy Andy, he's a philosophy professor. Like that's what he does for a living. He's a doctorate in philosophy, and he's a Lutheran, and he we've talked since the first time he came on because I just thought he was really, really smart, really brilliant. We've had calls on the Discord in the Maters group chat or whatever, just going over like, well, why are you Lutheran? Why are you Orthodox? What do we agree on? What do we disagree on? And he's taught me like a lot about technical philosophy stuff. And basically leading up to this, we were DMing back and forth, and he was like my coach, man. But again, he would send so much stuff and such high level stuff that I'm like, man, I feel like each message you send me, I could spend a month just on that message trying to, and here's the thing, like, he made, I don't think you were being like insulting, Zach, but like, you were joking, but like, I actually do have like a life outside of, I run my own company. I'm a one-man show HVAC guy. I worked HVAC 9 to 5 for almost 10 years. And 2 years ago, I went out on my own, and I'm the whole show. I'm the office, the field man. It's very taxing, plus having a 3-year-old and all that stuff. So
you took me as a tradesman.
That's right.
Someone that had a trade.
So all of this I'm doing in the very limited off time that I have, right? So I completely, because I was the one who proposed the challenge to Corinth, like, hey, let's talk about these things we always get into on the panel, and it's not. I wish that I had had more time to get into it, and I'm not just sitting here trying to make like excuses or whatever, but something weird happened. I woke up this morning with like brain fog so hard that I was trying to like think of things, go over some notes.
That was the devil.
No one noticed. Man, no one noticed.
The temptation to think that was the case came through my head, but I had a hellacious brain fog, and I was like, oh man, I can't not go into this, but I had a horrible headache and all this stuff. It's
you sounded good, excuses, bro.
But yeah, it was not my best. And I think if I'm going to take up a 1v1 whole episode on I wish it had been better, but I'm not. It's not like that's all. That's all. It's nice to.
You don't have to explain to me, man.
Eli, I too. Well, I've been through that where the devil has his way with me while I sleep the night before a debate, and then that next morning, man, I am just ran right the fuck through.
Well, here's the other thing too. I shouldn't have. I stayed up a bit later than usual because Andrew had a panel, and I'm always kind of like, Jones. I'm like, oh, this is going to be like really interesting. But then what ends up happening when it's either Jim Bob or Andrew on the panel is I'm all excited to get on because I'm a fan of these guys. But then when the panel actually shows up, those guys as kind of the big dogs, they also like talk a lot through the panel, and sometimes I'm not very shy on the panel, but sometimes I'm kind of like, well, as a fan of this person who I listen to, I'm going to sit back and listen. and then it's not even productive. So I feel like I didn't get as good a rest or whatever.
I saw Eli sip a little bit more.
Yeah, I don't know. It was just not my best. I wasn't on my A game. I feel like there were days throughout this week where I was really nailing things down, that if the debate had happened that night, my performance would have been different. Then for whatever reason, this
That's
night,
okay.
I thought you did well, Ben. You had a.
Oh, I was saying that's okay. My jokes are never on their A game, so
No,
you could be doing worse. You could be doing a lot
man.
worse.
Again, it's not even. Dude. I do it for the fun of it, man. It's all good. It's a good time regardless.
Love the game.
You had
I feel you.
And you had a topic that was honestly, I don't think Ryan.
I chose it. I
don't know. This was a hard topic.
Yeah, but I mean, I picked it, so it's on me. I think what also, like, truly, I do this. It's not even just love of the game, but like the reason I like, especially going to people that I think are smarter than me or more knowledgeable than me on a topic, is that now, okay, you know, maybe optically, like I was left with more questions than answers. However, now I have this smorgasbord of things to go tackle, and I find that.
So you think Corinth, you think Corinth owned you tonight?
I wouldn't say owned, but I think the optics would maybe dictate that. But
I think
knowing Corinth, he owned you.
Yeah, well, again, I think optically, sure. But again, I'm not just saying this as a.
I was only able to do a fraction of, and I know this. I was only able to do a fraction of what Corinth did to you, because Corinth is way more capable than me in this.
I'm gonna be completely honest. I think that I don't even feel remotely the same way about our conversation with Corinth's conversation at all.
Sure,
period.
it sounds like you had different.
No. I'm not gonna sit here and say I owned you, but I
Eli,
don't feel that way about you, and I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just being honest. I don't feel that way about our conversation.
You're pretty confident. I thought you did a good job of holding your own, but yeah, I think Corinth. It was a very
well. Here's the interesting thing, real quick,
Go ahead.
is that I'm not just saying this because he's my friend. I think that there's some objectivity to this. With Andy being a philosophy professor, and then he came on in the panel, and I think that he like cornered Corinth in a way that I couldn't, because there was so much of the technicalities that were being invoked, really dissecting monism, and he did more of that in 20 minutes, right, than I was able to do, just because of a lack of information. But I think that if someone like him, who's from that vantage point of understanding philosophy, when he hits me up and he says, hey, you had him cornered in a lot of ways, and I think that you objectively did very, very well. I don't think he's just saying that because he's my friend. I think that to the people who actually understand the material and know what's going on, that it's not as obvious optically as when you say, oh yeah, he totally owned me. I'm like, okay, given optics, totally agree. But to those who understand the material, I don't think it's so objective or obvious.
I don't know if you understand the material, my bro.
No, I understand my argument.
Sorry,
okay?
but I meant that like a materialism, not like your material. I'm sorry.
Oh, is that a joke? I get it. No, it's just it's a matter of I think you have to have, in the scope of philosophy, my toes are just barely in the water. Like whenever somebody says, okay, like and I'm just going to like show my hand here. Like, and I think some people say, oh, you shouldn't debate about stuff if you don't know what you're talking about. Maybe there's some truth to that. But I like to be brave, and I like to say, well, hey, just because I'm new doesn't mean I shouldn't try, right? I don't care if it's an L, whatever, because this is how you get. You're never going to get.
Ryan.
Nobody enters the debate sphere just already, being all. You have to learn through this stuff.
I mean, some people act like they can.
Yeah, exactly. I think some people think they have to be that way, and I reject that. But what I'm saying is that even getting like with with philosophy, there is a certain point where you have all your bases covered. Even it's like if we're bringing up transcendental arguments, that's from Kant. And I know that my position isn't Kantian. I know enough about Kant to know that it's not a Kantian position. However, I'll be honest, I've never like read any of Kant's books. This is all internet research of like, what does Kant believe about this specific thing? So my depth of Kant is like this. Now I don't know, maybe Corinth's the same way. Maybe he's never picked up a Kant book in his life, but I would assume he's got like, I would be really surprised to find. I don't know, man. I think I would like to know. I don't know if he's around, if he can answer. I mean, does he got a degree in philosophy in some way that he's like? That would be really surprising to me to find out he didn't. Right, but that would be really surprising to me to find out that either he doesn't have a degree in philosophy or he doesn't like have a collection of prominent philosophers that he's read and that he actually like understands the entire.
Well, what do you want? What
paradigm? So,
Miss Eli, you wanna argue with me or no? No.
Me argue with you about what?
What you were just arguing about?
What?
You agree with him? That doesn't make sense.
I know that's where I was going, because you
somebody said in the
disappeared.
super chat that I ended up agreeing with Corinth, or I don't know if it's a super chat, it's just one of the chats, but
No,
I don't
it
know
was
if that was
because
the case. I certainly don't agree with neutral monism.
no. What I was saying is, no, you went about 5 minutes and no one interrupted you or nothing, so that's why I stepped in. But if someone else wants to talk to Eli, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll interrupt. I think it is 6 a.m. I potentially would be willing to go for a little
Perfect time for a
longer,
abortion debate. No,
but-
perfect time for an abortion
exactly.
debate.
But I think what would be better, the better option for now is probably to go around, let everyone give a bit of a closing statement. And I think I might shut down the panel and just talk to my chat for a little bit.
The tribe, I see what you mean. Sorry.
And then
Even what I committed, you're gonna shut it down.
Zach, I'll let you. Maybe I'll let you go. I'll let you go last. You can stay up the longest. But I think I really okay. So my favorite thing about streaming is when I just sit down and like talk to my chat. It's like wildly stimulating for me. It's insane. And right now I have a lot more people in my chat than I normally do. So I kind of want to explore that dynamic with a larger audience and see how I process it all. I think that would be fun to do before I go to bed. So, but I appreciate you all, seriously. Yeah,
appreciate you having me on, Ryan.
Yeah, of course. Eli, do you want to start off or Def Not? Whichever.
I'll go. I'm exhausted.
All right, Def Not.
I don't really have. Yeah, I don't really have much to say. I think I've already did like a little closing statement on the tomato side earlier, so I don't really have a ton to add to that. But thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Anytime.
I have a channel. Thanks for dropping my link earlier too. I saw that. I appreciate that too. Thank you so much.
Are you looking?
I'm new, but
are you looking
yeah,
to collab on content, Def Not? Because I want to go through Jim Bob's comics with Ryan at some point.
Yeah, sure. That sounds great. I actually, I was talking to my own stream earlier. I don't know if this was today or yesterday. The days are kind of blending together. Yeah, I had like 1 or 2 person in there. It was really cool. And I was actually saying that I wanted to do Jim Bob next as like a project, like videos on sort of thing, because I've already done a bunch on Andrew and like what his like thoughts and the style and whatever is. So I was thinking about doing Jim Bob next. So it's funny you mentioned that. But yeah, hit me up. I have like Discord links and whatever in my YouTube profile.
Cool,
so
awesome.
yeah, and I'm also in Brian's Discord. So yeah, just hit me up for sure. That sounds great. Y'all have a good night.
You too, Def Not. Appreciate you.
Bye
bye. Melanie, do you want to go next?
Yeah. I thought we were doing closing statements in which I had prepared a whole thing about how I wrecked Eli and how he should never show his face on debate again because he has no idea what the fuck he's talking about. No, I'm just kidding. No, like Eli, you are a good debater, by the way. Particularly that you seem to know what you do know and don't know, to at least to an extent that you can use that in debate. Whereas I've met so many people here who, even when they meet somebody who's more knowledgeable on something than them, they don't defer to them. They all they know is how to talk past them, and that those people are the worst to debate with. Yeah, my channel's useless. I never upload stuff, and when I do, it's embarrassing. I post cringe. Yeah.
Don't we all?
And I also debate. So, I'm always accepting debates and stuff like that. But typically people tend to run for me. And I can expect Eli and Zach to do that after a thorough thrashing tonight, I am sure. But prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. I love being wrong. And there's plenty of things you can disagree with me on.
I don't ever like, at least at this point
I'm
in
just
my
kidding.
no, in my career, career, it's not a career, but like I don't say no to anything. So if Ryan, you need me on a panel because you need opposition to something, or Melanie, if you just want to debate any fucking topic, like hit me up. I'm down to do this all the time. I wouldn't be up at fucking. It's only 3 for me, but
No,
I
I
wouldn't
offered
fucking be here if
first.
I didn't love of the game, right?
I
Anytime,
offered
anywhere.
first.
Fucking
First of all,
use me like a dirty whore. Let's go. Let's do it.
I offered first, so you have to hit me up now.
Oh shit. Okay.
Fair enough.
That's how it
All right.
works.
Well, thank you, Mel. I appreciate you. You're
Let's
obviously
do something maybe slightly
Have a good
different
night.
than tag. I don't even know if I can do this again anytime soon. It needs to be later. I need to reset.
Well, why don't you take this opportunity, Eli, to put a beautiful bow on your evening? I know you've had you've been arguing for damn near maybe 9, maybe 10 hours because it started at 9 p.m. right?
I would have rather not known how long it's been than to know how long it's been.
I apologize.
That makes it so much worse.
Half of the debate was listening
6,
to
7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
metaphysical
6, 7,
weird
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. Yeah, 10 hours. Motherfuck. Okay. Well, yeah. I don't have a closing statement. My brain is mush. Go watch it or don't. I'm just a guy who shows up on panels that people allow me on. I have no content. I have at Eli Nix Live on X. If you want to DM me, all the criticism. Tell me if I suck ass and I should never do this again, or let me know that hey, it's okay, champ. Better luck next time, and that's much appreciated too. Or if you just wanted to have a discussion, find me there. Let's do it. One of these days, I'll start posting more stuff on there and maybe try to create a presence. But it's again, as a small business owner, this is like video games to me. It's just a hobby.
Fair enough. Well, thank you so much, Eli. I appreciate you coming on. You're obviously welcome anytime as well, and I look forward to fighting with you in the future. We'll fix that theism and get it out of you. So one of these days, we'll convert
look,
you
if
over to the right
breakfast
side.
tacos isn't going to deconvert me, I don't know if this one is. That one, that's the fucking battlegrounds right there. You know that guy?
No, I don't know who that is.
Oh man!
I thought you were talking about actual breakfast tacos.
Oh no! There's a.
I was like, what's that have to do with shit?
That's crazy. Yeah, he runs the politics Discord, which is apparently really, really big.
Oh, with Doobie?
I guess so. It's the politics Discord. He's the guy.
Doobie is one of the other guys, yeah.
And he calls himself Breakfast Tacos, and he's hosted Jim Bob, like Jim Bob's Evolution Debate versus Planet Peterson, and a few other ones. And every single night, he's got an open panel that he's theists come get deconverted. It's always atheism versus theists.
You talking about that motorcycle guy, the motorsport? What's his name?
So, yeah.
Wait, you're talking about Grid? No, not Grid. I don't think Grid's not.
No. Oh, not Grid. Okay, I don't know.
No.
You should check him out, Ryan. I think you would. You guys are like kind of two peas in a pod. Well, like his is super atheism focused, but I just mean is like people who stream and host panels. Like I don't know, maybe you guys could do something. You'd probably find it cool.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll check it out. Appreciate you, Eli. You have a great night, man. Get some rest.
Deuces.
And K-Zach, you have been my oiler, my whale for the evening. I cannot thank you enough for all of the donos. Seriously, it means the world. I appreciate you. You are obviously just as well. Welcome back anytime. Sorry for policing you a little bit. I gotta stand on principle and stand on business. I'm trying to.
For your you had to correct me a couple times for your cast.
Yeah, but I mean, well, it's not for much. It's for me. Like it's my own. It's my own values. But
what am I gonna do? Am I gonna get super upset, or I'm gonna be like,
I would hope not.
Ryan and Sarah have been the most polite people to me. I'm not gonna burn bridges, man.
No, I appreciate that. Do you have any final statements for the evening?
Well, no, pretty much my final statements is just Ryan, he's pretty consistent in what he believes in, and I can't wait to see him go live again, and I'm gonna be there, and maybe he'll be mad at me. I doubt it.
Takes a lot, but I get mad sometimes.
I seen you get mad. You got mad at Andrew a couple times. Don't lie. Don't lie.
No doubt, no doubt. Yeah, no, Andrew pisses me off sometimes. Yeah.
But why?
I think his debate methodology is kind of abusive, and I find it very frustrating.
But when it comes to the conservative versus the liberal, right?
What about it?
Why does his conservatism upset you?
Oh, I think that the Republican Party right now has elected a fascist into the White House who is absolutely gutting everything that I love about this country.
Okay, so what do you think about Biden and his electors?
I think Biden was, I have critiques of Biden, but overall, I think he was probably the most progressive president of my lifetime, and I think that's a great thing. I don't love. I think I take issue with Democrats in general and how they've handled what I believe is a genocide in Gaza, and I don't love that. But when it comes to politics here, I think they've been they've surprised me. Although I think Kamala was a very underwhelming candidate in many ways. But yeah, that's a kind of long and short.
No, that's respectable. I'm not gonna bust your balls too much tonight. But next time I hit you up, you gonna let me on your channel?
Absolutely.
What if I'm a little bit too drunk?
Well, I mean, it depends on what you do while you're a little bit too drunk. I don't want you to embarrass yourself or me. So there might be limits where I'm like, all right, I'm gonna throw you backstage or something. But I do encourage you to drink some water after this.
No, what I'm saying is, I'm not gonna get drunk and do heroin and crack cocaine or nothing.
I hope not.
I'm busting your balls, man. I just want to say thank you to Sarah, the Raging Tomato. She's always been nice. Andrew Wilson, and then of course Ryan.
It is an honor to be in the league of streamers with Andrew and Sarah. Despite our large differences politically, I do have amicable, if antagonistic, relationships with all of them. So I appreciate.
But you know what? Me and you never actually fought.
Not yet. But maybe we'll get the opportunity.
Oh, I hope not. But I watched people like Nate, and I'm just like, Nate was a good guy. Why is he getting yelled at so much?
Yeah, Duck. I mean,
Duck.
He gets a little. I don't know. I think honestly, a lot of times, like the things he's getting emotional about, and there are things I empathize with really strong. Like I also feel myself getting very frustrated by some of the same things. And generally, I don't know. Sometimes I do get emotional and get aggressive about it. I think he leans into it a little bit more than I do. But I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I think these topics are really serious, and there's a kind of a carelessness with the way a lot of people talk about a lot of these topics that I find very. There's an abstraction that kind of takes away from how these things really impact people.
Well, Ryan, I just want to tell you real quick, your position on abortion, and it's because I was kidding, but I was kind of serious. The last 2 days, you got your ass whooped on that channel. People just were mean to you on the abortion.
No doubt. They're aggro. And again, I get it. It's a frustrating topic, and it's like they're like, Ryan supports baby murder or whatever, and I'm like, well, you support forcing women to carry
you don't.
birth, so it's like, yeah, I appreciate that. I don't. Yeah.
No, you don't support a baby getting kicked in the face and fucking Donkey Konged in the fucking street. What you support is
wait, what did the baby do?
The woman. What?
I'm just kidding. What did the baby do?
Yeah. But what you support is sorry, Andrew, pro-life. But what you support is babies you support women having the right to choose what they do with their body.
Exactly. Yeah.
Exactly. And it comes to the conclusion that, like, well, let's say the woman is 37 weeks and the baby comes out and the doctor says the baby's going to have Down syndrome or some kind of What kind of life is that?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't support in that case. Like after birth, I've heard people talk about there being some states where that's something. I'm not sure what the context of that is. I don't believe that's actually happening. I mean, I guess there could
So
be
you don't
cases.
support you don't support an abortion if they're told that the kid's going to have Down syndrome.
You're saying after it's born?
No, before. So let's say that there's
the only reason, like, I wouldn't. Okay, so I would like morally, I'd be like, I would be uncomfortable with it, but I wouldn't want to make it illegal because I don't want to be. I don't think the state should be the arbiter of whether or not someone gets an abortion in really any case. I think they should be able to. I mean, I guess unless they're like manic in a moment of mania, and they're like they've been consistently deciding they wanted to keep it up until one random moment, and then suddenly they're running to the clinic. Like maybe we should have a little bit of safeguards for that. But again, I don't know.
Ryan, this is what was giving you so much attention the last couple weeks is your view, but I respect it.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I think I don't know. I don't think I have I think the thing that confuses me a lot is my view on this is maybe I articulate it in a certain way that is.
Can I, as an outsider, let me and correct me if I'm wrong, okay? So for your view is if the child results in the mother's death, results in an incompetent child, or results in the child having severe mental deficiencies. Those are reasons to those are the reasons to have an abortion, right?
Those are not the reason. I think those are very rare reasons. I think the vast majority of reasons are more relate. Like, first of all, most abortions happen way before 20 weeks. The vast majority of abortions happen before 20 weeks. The ones that don't. Why? Because people just tend to seek abortions earlier than later. Because people who make it past 20 weeks pregnant are generally intending to carry
let's say they fuck a handsome guy like you and they're pregnant, but you're like, fuck you, bitch. So what are they gonna do?
I mean, they'd probably just end up being a single mom, and then I have to pay child support.
I'm just that was a compliment to you, Ryan. I'm just kidding with you.
No, I appreciate it. Yeah.
But I'm just saying, let's just say a woman, she has a kid, and the kid has the doctor says they have mental deficiency. Is a woman allowed to have that abortion? No.
So I would never again, I might morally condemn it. Like I might be like, I don't agree with it, but I wouldn't want it to be illegal. Yeah.
I love that you're so consistent, bro.
Yeah. It's just like I don't know, like there's
I also
so many
love
other
that
reasons.
you wear a black shirt every day for the last fucking year.
I'm like
all you do is wear these black shirts.
I actually have some pink. Sometimes I wear a pink tank top too.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
I do. Yeah, I have like, it's actually like a tight pink tank top. I wear it on Sarah's channel sometimes. But all right. I'm gonna give you this is your final moment. All right, and then I'm gonna chat with my chat for a little bit before I go. I'm probably gonna cook some breakfast food and then go to sleep. Yeah.
Oh, do I gotta
final memes?
I don't have really final memes. I can
fair enough
add to the chat. I don't know.
Do you have a channel or anything? Do you want people to find you anywhere? Twitter or anything? Do you want or do you want to be seen?
Oh, hell no. No.
And not followed? Okay, fair enough. Yeah, no problem.
I follow you guys.
Yeah. Well, I seriously, I appreciate you being here. I appreciate all the.
You remember what I said I did for a living, right?
Yeah. You're a corrections officer.
Yeah. So I'm pretty set with my.
Yeah, fair enough.
But every now and then I get to see people like Ryan,
mm-hmm.
Eli. What do you think about Eli's debate? Curious.
I will tell you more about it in the future, but right now I'm gonna shut the panel down. But Zach, seriously, You're welcome back any other time. I'm tired. I wanna have a little chat with my chat, and then I'm gonna bounce. But you have a
Go
wonderful
sleep,
night,
bro.
sir. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Oh yeah, Umbreon's tired too. I know, buddy. I know. Oh my goodness. Chat. What's this guy? What is this dog doing? What is up with it? Someone tell him. You guys, look at this baby. Look at this absolute fucking unit. Yeah. Thank you so much to all the new subs tonight. It's huge. We're getting really close to 1,000. It's pretty crazy. We're at 933 right now. I think we started the night at like somewhere in the 870s. So pretty major shift. Pretty momentous moment for the channel. And let's see. How does he feel? How does he feel about it? I mean, I don't like it. I don't know. I wasn't gonna dive into that one too much right there. Yeah. Ryan's wiener needs a rest. Yeah, he's been really. I was gonna say he's been taking a pounding, but oh, he didn't get his man versus bear take. I'm sorry. You don't have to go home. You just can't stay here. Adorable. Take my money, please. I would love to take your money in the form of super chats or memberships. We have, if you for some reason have missed out on this, we have in fact the best emotes on YouTube. We have the Angry Jiggle. We have Sip and Squirtle. We have the Care React. We have Baby Umbreon, Shrek Care. We also have a Cry Cloud for whenever I get kicked from panels. We have the Radical square root symbol, which I'm actually considering making the I actually might make that the membership symbol, so stay tuned. I might we'll play around with that. We also have a Umbricon, and we have a Lil Coder, which is the artist who produces all of these Suno songs that I post or that I play sometimes for you guys. Let's see. How did you lose your tooth? Well, sometimes I like to say Andrew punched me, but that's not true. What actually happened was I had a root canal a little over a decade ago. God, more than a decade. Seriously, probably like 12, 13 years ago now. I had a root canal and they put like a little cap. And then I kind of like, because I have like OCD and shit, like I would kind of like mess with it with my tongue, and eventually the cap came off. And so they put like a temporary, they took out the whatever piece was there. Umbreon, chill. And I had like a retainer that had a false tooth that I wore for a while, but I just got kind of annoyed with it, and I just kept wearing it, or I stopped wearing it rather, and now I just fucking rock it. No, I mean your dog's man versus bear. Oh, Umbreons, yeah, I don't. I think it's why are you paying attention to me? It's more or less Umbreon's take on everything. Yes, thank you so much for the BB Umbreons. We love our member emojis. We love our members. Gotta watch Non-Fun versus Teriak. Oh, Non-Fun went against Teriak. Interesting. Wiener Dog versus Wiener Dog. Wiener Dog, of course. Any day it will be the Wiener Dog. Wiener Dog. Speaking of Wiener Dogs, you gotta chill, buddy. You gotta calm down. Dead organs from dead bodies cannot be transplanted. When I learned this, when I changed my organ donor status. Dead organs from dead bodies cannot be transplanted. Is that true? Like, is it like when organ donors? What? I don't know the implications of that. Interesting. Don't lie. You got punched in the face. I mean, I've been punched in the face before, but no, that's not how I lost my tooth. I've been punched in the face relatively few times, in my adult life. I've punched a couple times. I tend to not get in a lot of fights if I don't have to. Or usually, if I do, they end pretty quickly and de-escalate. No, he has a bathroom. There's a little area over here that has a puppy pad on it, and he pees there. Pretty much every time he pees and poops right there in the room, and I just clean it up. I think Umbreon would choose man because humans have him give him food, and bears are scary. True. Puppy don't cry. True. Puppy don't cry. Don't cry. Throws treats. We do have treats, but I don't want to give him a treat when he's crying. I hate giving him treats when he's crying. Think Umbreon thinks since you talked to the air all night that he's supposed to talk all night too. True, he's trying to communicate. No, he's literally like sitting at the door. He's like, let me go play, but he wants me to come with him. So if I go open the door and let him out, he's gonna sit at the door and whine and bark because I'm not going with him. He's like, Dad, you gotta go with me. I want to go play and you have to come with me. Yeah, I know, I hear you. Yeah. We all hear you. Everybody hears you. Everybody hears you. They all hear you. Yeah. What do you have to say for yourself? He looks so guilty. Bro, he had a long ass. Yeah, I might take him on a walk. He had a long ass walk last night, but we might do it for another one. As soon as I look away, he starts crying again. You see that? I still walk him every day. I'm not saying I don't take him on walks. He just like whenever he has to go potty, he just has a place to do it. Yes. We will. I just wanted to give you all a final chance to ask me questions or give me money. So I think we're about to call it though. I do have let's see, Discord link in case anyone has missed that. We do have a Discord. We have a Discord. You can join it. It's still it's the growing Discord. We don't have a it's a it's getting more and more active. Go get some sleeper breakfast. 176 people. Yeah, let's see. I'm gonna send you guys somewhere. Let's see who's streaming. I think I saw Tom went live. Maybe we'll send you guys to Tom. Oh, Tom is no longer live. So let's see. We have Kid Not Kin or JS. I guess since you guys are mostly Crucible folks, might be good to send you to JS. All good, Nuxus. I appreciate you. Yeah, I think I will, Semp. Let me save that. We'll send you guys over to JS. Tell him in the chat, look, all right, everyone, listen up, okay? Listen up. Yeah, Tom's not live anyway. Don't worry. We freed you from the foolery. Listen up, though. I'm going to raid JS, but you got to do me a favor, okay? When you get over there, you got to say learning is radical. You got to spam the fuck out of his chat with learning is radical, okay? Learning is radical. Never forget it. Learning is radical. That's what we do here. We learn and we tell people learning is radical. I appreciate you all so much. This was, again, a huge night for the channel. Thank you. Seriously. Like the stream on your way out. Go give JS some love. And with that, have a good night. Wait. I have to actually end the stream. Hang on. End stream.